I don't have sex.
Okay.
Like I'm basically.
It's obvious, bitch.
Yeah, I mean that's a great option,
This is a
right?
choice that I make for myself, and I'm saying that if this is the concern for all these people, this is a very heated conversation. And if the men wanted to participate in preventing unwanted pregnancies or unplanned pregnancies, there are options that men can do as well.
Yeah, well, wouldn't that
Why
option?
is that-
Why would
this
you
is not
advocate?
like a
No, that's a great. I'm
equality.
responding to. No, I'm
Is
responding.
that
I think it's
inequality?
great that you're. No, I think it's great that you are
Right.
celibate. But here's the issue.
I know.
Why not just state? I'm sorry.
That sucks. But anyways, go on.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What?
My life's not very exciting. Go on.
Okay. I think it's great that like you're promoting that, right? Because then it's saying no boundaries are crossed, not for man or woman. But it seems as though you're like, yeah, men take this, which again is going to cause a lot of problems for them because they're being dosed at such levels that a man naturally doesn't. Ma'am, you do understand that it's more than their body makes, right? Do you understand that it's more than their body makes?
So women also get severe side effects of birth control.
Do you see what?
And then
Can you address what it is that I'm saying? So if we're just going to do this thing where we just talk over people, I mean, I can do that too.
Yeah, well, it feels like you guys aren't
True.
you're not really interacting with what she said. So she said the male body is getting dosed with such an amount or such a large amount. You said it's low.
What's the dose?
It's more than a man makes within his natural body.
Yes, and it's the same for women as well.
I understand that. But the
Well,
point.
that's the whole point of it. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm asking, so now we're back to the whataboutism. So are you advocating that men should be treated exactly the same way that women have been treated, but you find it abhorrent?
No, I'm saying that equal rights, equal fights. I'm saying that if men want to be involved in this conversation of pregnancy, which not an abortion, then they should also be participating in preventing any unwanted.
So celibacy is not an action of participation.
I'm saying that they should be responsible with.
And keeping their male member to themselves is not being responsible?
I mean, you could try, but most men aren't good at it.
Wait, now you're saying that men rape women.
No.
Courtney, you sound like you don't mind your business and you're in other people's business. Like, yeah,
Hold on.
Are
We'll get you in.
you done?
Hold on.
The concept that men and women, both people, that can abstain from sex is nice in theory, but the reality is it still happens. Men and women still have sex. Look around. That's
Yes,
why
I'm
there's so
aware.
many abortions every year because.
So why wouldn't you just advocate for something? Why would you, excuse me?
Well, I'm
just advocate-
advocating for birth control for men and women. For those who are serious about unwanted pregnancies, both partners, both sides should be working to prevent them.
And
No.
you think the best, no, I'm still trying to understand
Okay.
why you think the best option here is dosing a man. And I'd love for you to drop the link for this so that I know the
People are
nanometers
on birth control.
or I'm sorry.
Ideally, both are on birth control or using condoms. Obviously, that's an important one. But ideally, both
just a
the man and the woman are.
Why is anybody listening?
Oh, no, Andre.
Well, I just like to-
No.
She's literally not troll. Courtney's asking you to drop
She's
questions.
not trolling.
Go
I'm
ahead
not
and project.
trolling.
Go ahead and
Yeah,
project.
Okay, so yeah, well, the bottom line is, the bottom line is, Courtney, I think the argument, as far as I understand, is you're saying that estrogen is gonna be more harmful for the man than for the woman.
No,
She's
it's
saying it's not
not.
just a,
It's not more harmful for the man.
oh, so you think that men take estrogen, they handle it as
Yes.
good as women do?
Estrogen
Oh,
hormone
okay,
therapy
okay.
is being used for
Yeah.
decades.
So you're not gonna grow bread, right? Yeah.
The medicine, in medical world, yeah.
Next caller,
Hormone
please.
Therapy is a very
Hold on,
common
what'd you say, Courtney?
therapy treatment.
What'd you say, Courtney?
It causes so many health problems, which she
It does
acknowledged
not
by
cause so many
naturally
health problems,
stating,
but very low.
what about us women and the birth control that we're made to take?
We're not made to take it. I don't take it.
You,
It's
I
an
know
option.
that you
We're not forced to
understand.
take it.
I know that
I'm
you
not
understand the
advocating
statement.
that
Why is it when I
anybody should
asked you this, you naturally defaulted to whataboutisms?
No, because I'm not saying the
Just
word
use the
force.
condom. What are you
Add that in.
talking about?
This is an option
I really don't
that's
think this
available
thing
for
about
those who
castration-
want.
Okay, so Yale, was your original position, let's just, and we'll get other people involved now, and I appreciate the exchange. Yale, you just basically the point is that people should work together to prevent pregnancy.
Yes.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. At first you did say, it sounded like a suggestion at the beginning, I will say, it came off very, let's just say, as Courtney said, anti-man. Because you said, because you said the men in here who are talking about this issue and think that abortion shouldn't happen should consider this. Well, yeah, sure, but there's options for the women in here too that also think abortion shouldn't be. Okay, so you didn't say that.
A lot of men don't know this. Vasectomies as well.
Well, I think people are aware that they can get their cut. Yeah.
By the way,
Yeah,
there are tons of
yeah.
vasectomy
We should be
babies.
having more conversations
That's-
about birth control and how.
Look, I think men are aware. I think men are aware of birth control. I think they're aware of abstinence. I think they're aware of getting their lines cut, so to speak. I know that men are aware of these things. Okay.
They have the option of chemical.
Andrew, will you
okay,
allow
all
me
right.
to interject?
Interesting. Yeah, so we'll get some other people involved. Yeah. We'll get some other people involved. As far as the queue goes, everybody was just kind of all over the place.
Who is the
I know that Andre wanted to get in, Megan wanted to get in, and preferably we can get other people involved here. But Andre, what did you want to say?
Yeah, I just
What
wanted
did you
to
want to
say,
say, Andre?
you keep saying it's an option, but it's not authorized by the FDA. There's no combined oral contraceptive that's authorized.
Put a link in the chat. It's low doses of estrogen are a very common treatment or hormone therapy.
But not for oral, not as an oral
Dermatologists prescribe it
contraceptive.
all the time. It's
Not
pretty
for
common.
women. It's authorized for women.
No,
it's
and
not
men,
authorized
and
for
men
men.
as
False.
well, yeah.
No, okay, provide the
I
link,
put
please.
a link in the chat for you
And
if you're
if
interested.
it's authorized for chemical
Yes, it is
castration,
authorized,
not
correct.
as an oral
Yes, low
contraceptive for
doses of
men.
estrogen are authorized. They've been used.
I'm looking at WebMD right now. It's not there.
For what indication? What indication is it authorized for?
Low dose hormone therapy.
Okay, for what
Oncology.
indication?
So when you're treating
Oncology in particular, like prostate cancer?
Dermatology, it's very common to use hormone therapies.
And
What
what are you talking about? So, the question,
He's asking a specific question.
So estrogen is it's a hormone, right? And if your body is not naturally producing enough of a certain hormone, or you need more of it, you can take medication to balance it out. It's like any other hormone.
right,
In your
right.
body.
I'm asking if it's authorized. Maybe you misunderstood the
Yes,
question.
it
The
is
question is,
Yes.
yeah, you misunderstood.
Estrogen
Is
is
it
very
authorized?
safe medication.
Okay, this is not
Yeah.
responding. She's just ranting.
Yeah,
How many times do
please.
I need to say it?
It's
He's
authorized
asking it.
Yeah.
for
Yes,
the
it is.
particular use
Yes,
as
it
an
is.
oral
Yeah,
contraceptive.
Show the link. Hold on. Aga, look at her link. She's put in the chat. See if it's correct.
No,
She is
but-
saying.
but
She's
Let's just understand what the question is. The question is it authorized as an oral contraceptive in men? Okay, that's the question. I know it's authorized for like treatment of prostate cancer. It's authorized as a treatment of, I don't know what.
That I am not 100% sure on. That.
Okay, because it's not.
Okay.
But
Okay,
because it's not. But you see-
So yeah, that's
Also,
I think you've been.
punishment in criminal cases in some
No,
parts of the world.
it's
There's a
very
form-
Yes, it is.
It's a form of torture.
Yes, it is.
That's right.
Daniel's correct.
That's right. That's right, Daniel. I appreciate that.
Yes.
So Yale, I feel like you've been rather evasive, Yale, during this dialogue because that is what he was asking from the get-go, as if it was medically approved.
It is
For this thing?
Of course it is.
No, for this thing,
yes,
which we're talking
yes,
about.
There are, yes.
You just
Just because you
Wait,
say the
you
word
just
of
said no.
course it is, doesn't make it believable. So if you don't know,
Yeah, right.
And by the way, Yao, I have to let you know that if you like give incorrect medical information on a public forum, and you're a nurse practitioner, like it's like can affect your like.
What, my license?
I don't know, it's like a bad
Report her.
Of the BC Nurses Union.
Yo, I'm gonna interject myself.
Columbia Nurses Union. And
I'm gonna
work with
interject
health.
myself for.
Okay, what do you?
Mango seems to know her.
Yeah, go ahead, Mango. I don't, and I'm not,
This is like grossly medical. This is like grossly medical propaganda.
Hold on real quick. What are you saying, Ethan? What'd you just say, Ethan? Hold on real quick. What'd you say, Ethan?
She claims to be a medical practitioner here publicly advocating for the unauthorized use of estrogen in males as an oral
I'm not saying that at all.
Yeah, I'm not saying to report her, but I do think that's weird if that is the case. Okay, Mango, go ahead.
You know what, though?
For repeating that.
Don't report her, but I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
specifically identify yourself as a practitioner.
Let me just
Hold on. Let Mango go.
I think we should.
that I've known this individual.
What just happened there?
No, what just happened?
If you understood me to say that you should be taking unauthorized and self-diagnosing and self-medicating yourself, I am not advocating for self-medicating yourself with estrogen. I don't know.
You're advocating for unauthorized
Obviously, you
uses,
would
for
wanna
unauthorized
Thank
indication.
you so much. Obviously, you would want to talk to your GP, your family physician, and you would have to be dosed correctly, and they would probably
You're advocating for unauthorized indications, use of estrogen for unauthorized indications.
Sorry?
And you identified yourself as the nurse practitioner, by the way.
Yes, I am a nurse practitioner. Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, but
It's
you can't come into a public forum and advocate for
Yes, actually, I
use of
can
estrogen for unauthorized uses.
I'm
And
not,
like,
I'm not advocating for anybody to be
What are you talking
self-medicating
about? You
themselves
are.
and No, I'm not advocating. I'm saying very clearly right now, this is a conversation that needs to be had with your physician or your GP or general practitioner.
no, but you said it's an option, right?
It
Okay.
is an option,
So when you say,
and that's an
when you
option
say it's
that
an
you
option,
can bring up with your physician.
you make it sound like it's like
No, you
it's
can't.
like using estrogen as an oral contraceptive is FDA authorized when it's not. It's not an option.
said it was.
No, it would have to be an option that you discuss with your prescribing doctor, right?
Can a prescriber use
Why
medication
was
which is not?
I kicked out of the audience as soon as it was
Andrew,
mentioned?
is there a?
There was a mistake, Mango. There was a mistake. You're fine, Princess. Yes, we will get you in. Hold on. Can you?
So as a nurse practitioner, it's extremely scary that you don't understand the repercussions that could happen to a man with everything from cardiac to bone density to muscle to
No, low doses is fine.
low doses for how long?
Well, it's the same risk for women as well. The long-term
That's
data
not
is a
true.
little bit.
That is not true. That's not
Yeah.
true. I
There is a
can't.
correlation with certain.
And by the way, do you have
Wait,
any
let her
studies
say it.
for
Hold on,
that now?
wait. She just said there's a correlation to what?
Well, we do know that birth control, there's a correlation to uterine and ovarian cancers.
Yeah, there's correlation. We know that.
Long-term,
I'm asking about men. What about isms? That's not helping us? You're advocating on the stage currently.
It's not the same risk in men as in women. She has no data for that. She's just pulling this stuff out of thin air.
He's trying to talk out of my.
Wait, she just said it hasn't been used long enough to collect enough data.
Yeah, most medical.
Yeah, hold on, guys. Mod's trying to talk.
Ma'am, so why would you advocate for off-label?
Because most medical.
Yeah, Mod's trying to talk. Mod's trying to talk. Mod is trying to talk. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Ozempic.
No, imitate. That's not you, Yale. Yale.
Vaccinations, no long-term.
Yale, please, Yale. Peace be upon you, but please, go ahead.
I was gonna say, look, if she's just gonna make a series of like empirical claims and offer like no studies or support, it's just kind of a waste of time chasing your tail, right? Like we can just keep playing cat and mouse, but I just feel like the conversation could probably progress past.
No, it's not, Timothy, because the situation we're in right now is she's literally a nurse practitioner in the U.S. right now because she doesn't understand that treatments are indicated. Right? She doesn't even think to understand that concept.
She's not from the U.S.
Yeah, but the point. Okay.
Thank God.
It would have to. It would have to be.
So yeah, but hold on. The point is, we're not going to be.
The point is you pissed me down and my turn, and now you're over talking my turn. That's the point.
All right, one more time. But just
Maybe you should castrate your mouth.
One thing is the point I'm making is like if there's going to be no kind of empirics to adjudicate any of the claims that are being made, so she's going to say yes it is, you're going to say no it's not. We're just going to keep doing that, and she's going to keep making subsequent claims and then other claims. It's just like, I don't know,
Well,
ISD
get
has
on
been like very fruitful and interesting. So
It's gonna shock the conscience of the audience, and everyone is gonna start mass reporting her.
Or take estrogen.
Well, we don't.
Okay, as of 2024, here it says February 26th. There's several other articles too. It says that male birth control is close, but it is not yet here. There's a gel that's 86% effective. In Canada, as far as I can tell, in Canada and in the US, as far as I can tell, it is not FDA approved for
Look up
men.
chemical castration. Okay?
Yeah,
We understand what chemical castration is,
That's
but you're
different.
advocating for a patch. It's a gel patch that they put on their body.
It's, yes, correct.
Okay,
Yes.
Can I
Yes.
allow to? Okay.
This is what
Yeah.
it is.
Hold on, wait, can I just say, I don't know, wait.
Yeah, Timothy, go ahead.
Wait, B-Monster,
It's a hormone therapy.
I don't know, has B-Monster spoken?
No, she hasn't. We definitely want to get B Master and
It's kind
Princess.
of like,
some other folks.
Hey, are you still
That's
talking? Yeah, hold on.
Yes, give it.
Yeah,
give it a sec.
thank
You
you.
got B-Master have a go, and then Princess, unless someone wants to respond to something B-Master says, or she's directly responding to someone else on the stage.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, there's so much that I want to talk about. I'm gonna try to be quick. Mods, I'm leaving this up to you to shut me down if I get too lost in my speech. Okay, so I think the abortion debate, when we're talking about the moral causes, it makes it very difficult when we insert the second element of having to decide where we stand on abortion, because then that would mean that there's going to be some sort of government interference. And I understand exactly where Yael, I think, is coming from. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. So I want everybody to understand the complexity first of that. It makes it difficult from both sides, pro-choice, to come over and to say, to be able to admit that if a human life, if the brand new human organism of, let's say, excuse me, hope you don't mind me using you, Hassan, you're the kind soul to let me speak. So Hassan, the beginning of his life, the absolute beginning, was when the egg would.
That was one really dumb bitch.
This is the exact same procedure where your front memory, who you are right now, the essence that you are now, can be moved to your subconscious. And there will be something that is programmed in your subconscious that will move to your pineal gland. This is a fact. Your governments and your shadow government especially knows this very well. They have used these tactics on numerous serial killers that were placed out here to the public as just wackos. And the truth was that a lot of these guys, what Mr. Adrian just said, I think we need to, at a very valid point that this gentleman just made, was what happened to the children that would, in these special needs classes, behavior disability classes, the Ritalin children, the children that were pumped up on 50 to 100 cc's of Thorazax, whatever it is they give you to take for split personalities and schizophrenia, bipolar, etc. So what I come to find out through my years of research is that sadly, a lot of these people fall through the cracks. They are ushered into private programs that have the remnants of money coming from Washington, but they don't have an exact paper trail. This is what lets us know that these things are organized and that there is an agenda, there is a program, and these programs have been being ran on the American people for now, I would say, the better half of a half a century. We'll go into we'll take it from the Third Reich until
It's an entire generation of Black America, who many are crack babies, and so they may not be functioning correctly. Now, with that being said, we have to remember that every
women are in the United States, and then how many women we're going to say, we're going to give it grace, we're going to say of age, so of 18 in last year, right? It would have been less than 1% of women are getting abortions. So that's really good. I think that's really good. I think that the percentage came out to like 0.7 amount of women that are childbearing age are getting abortions. So first of all, that's really excellent. So now we just have to keep going with that. Like, what are the things that are preventing or stopping or encouraging abortion to continue? And like I said, one of the things is just the onus of having to have the burden of this whole child and men to be completely caught out, taken out of it just by choice, right? So if you want to have government to come on in, and I thank you so much for allowing me to be long-winded, to insert government on what we need to do with women with regards to abortion. We also should insert what the onus that men will also have, because then that will also create an extra a secondary cause of prevention, because men are going to be much more careful when doing what they're doing, right? Thank you for that.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it. Can
I was after.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I agree. Hold on real quick.
No offense.
Yeah, just, you're fine, Princess. You've been waiting patiently. I'll get you in. I just want to say this real quick, V-Master. When I gave the statistic that I gave, it also said that is an increase, and it's the highest increase that we've seen in 1 year in over a decade. So, I don't know that that's, quote unquote progress. I think that's a problem. And this is, since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. So I don't, I'm not sure about all that, but I do want to say,
there, Andrew.
yeah, so that, well, yeah, there's something, no, I agree. There's something that can be said there, but, and I think, there's a lot that I could say about that too. And I'm not sure what your position is, Daniel, because I can take that two different ways. But I just want to say, B-Master, like when you say that you don't, without bringing religion or any of our religious convictions or anything into it, I think you are a Christian. So I don't know why you wouldn't want to say, and I appreciate you trying to meet people where they're at and have the dialogue on a scientific basis. That's fine. But to me, it seems like your religious conviction would necessarily inform your position on abortion. And, you have so much in scripture that talk about God knowing people in the womb and all kinds of things like that. So I don't think it would be a matter of necessarily when personhood starts, but it's just the fact that it's a new human life. So why would we say it's okay to take a human life when it's innocent and God hates the shedding of innocent blood? I think that's a pretty clear scriptural message. So I'm just a little confused about like the approach that you want to take, but that's fine, and I do appreciate you. If you want to respond, you can, but I do want to keep it over to Princess.
Very quickly. I was an atheist. I was a Christian Catholic, and I was an atheist. And so during my long time as an atheist, I was able to develop my moral principle, my moral code. I was able to figure out how society should be formulated based on a moral code that is independent or completely independent of God. So we remove God from the equation. So now that I have gone back, and I wouldn't consider myself a Christian, but now that I've gone back into religion, I sort of Pascal wager it at this point, and that doesn't even matter. The point is moot. But the underlying point is, the highlight is, my moral code is purely dependent on but dependent upon a subjective moral code that I've been able to formulate. And so I think that at that point we all be able to make agreements with irrespective to religion. And it happens to be, yeah.
Okay, my bad. I misunderstood you. I thought you were a Christian, and so because of that, I thought you would be going by the book, so to speak, and then I would have more leverage with you on that. But since you aren't, that's perfectly understandable, and I appreciate all you said. Princess, go ahead, and Daniel will get you into.
Put me in the.
You too, Mohammed. But go ahead, Princess.
Yeah, I think she brought up some really excellent points. Like, the thing is that I think that there is multiple factors at play, right? Like, there's the government, right, that defines the law, right, the Roe versus Wade, and then you have science that defines when a human brain, I think, or I don't know how they define it, but when a child becomes, an infant, whatever happens in the womb, that's science and stuff. And then you have so science, and then even abortion as well is also a scientific invention, right? My thing is like people don't seem to understand that there's a great deal of suffering. Like, and it wasn't even so long ago that a lot of women died giving birth, and when women wouldn't have access to abortion, they would do really horrible means to do it. Like, I don't know if you guys know about using like a coat hanger. Like people would find, or they would drink bleach. Like the people will find other ways, right, of doing this, because there's also a lot of shame associated with a woman, getting pregnant and not having a father, a father pregnant, pregnant, which is what we call a bastard child, right? So that's even in religion, right? Because that was even what was associated with Jesus Christ, right? Like and people saw him as fatherless. So, anyways, so these are different mechanisms. My thing is
really?
a lot of
Everything
scientific
she said was
inventions
totally wrong.
were created to try to alleviate human suffering. The problem is that they could contribute to other things, right? Because it's not natural, right?
Whenever you have a conversation with somebody somebody completely keeps saying
really interesting,
right.
Because it ends up, manipulating the people's population, right? And it makes people have choices. Like the idea that, well, I don't have kids right now because I don't have money to take care of them, but I don't mind, hooking up with different people, But so people talk about abortion, but there's another manipulation of people's population, and that's Viagra. That's the way men have been allowed to manipulate by extending. And I don't understand why that invention should be made for women to extend, because we would have more time for women to have children, right? If the goal is for us to have more kids, right? Rather than men, because men are sleeping with women that have, protection and so on. So do you see how it doesn't make sense that they extended the men and not the women? Because we're having a problem.
Sorry, I just clarification. Yeah, I'm confused on what you mean by extending by Viagra. What would that have to do? Yeah, what does that have to do with? Sure.
Right.
Hey, women can get pregnant. I mean, I don't understand what.
Well, that was getting to my point.
Okay, go ahead. I think there's a lot of confusion there, but go ahead.
Sure. Men are actually extended even without Viagra, right? Like, because I think men even without that can have kids a lot longer than women. But okay, my last point though, and that brings me to my point, and I put the article in the chat, right? So science is bringing a new invention in, and this is called self-fertilization. So they're turning women into some plant photosynthesis type shit, and so women are now going to be able to get pregnant on their own damn selves. So I put the article in the chat. So this is going to be a game changer, because not only will women be able to, use birth control, but they will be able to just have a child on their own without men. This is going to cause chaos and mayhem. 'Cause I don't know where they could.
Oh, really?
I don't know if they're just going to exile them or go to bring them to war. I don't know, but I put the article in the chat. So this is a new manipulation that they're trying to do as well. But anyways, one last point though is that I keep hearing people like Elon Musk and all of them getting mad at birth control and getting mad at these inventions are already here. We can't do anything about it. They sound as crazy as the environmentalists that are mad at cars. We're not going back to walking, okay? So
this pussy is open for business.
These problems, right? Science, because you guys already brought this in. I'm so confused.
Can I? Yeah, there's Princess, can I just ask what is your position on abortion? Like, it's Queen Princess of the United States or whatever country you reside, that you're presiding over, and you are the judge, jury, executioner. A woman wants to abort her baby. What do you do as the law? What do you do as the law?
I think that in a secular country, women should have access to abortion. Yes.
Okay. Is there any cutoff?
They shouldn't be able to have it like multiple times, like, because I know people working in healthcare, like, there's girls who really, people should be investigated in situations like that, right? Because there's not supposed to be like birth control. Sorry, what do you mean else by cutoff? What do you mean?
No, is there a gestation period? Is there during the growth of the fetus? Is there a time in which you say nope, not allowed?
Oh, yeah. So I don't have a science background, so I don't really understand that part. So I would like to hear other people on that part. I don't understand that part. Thank you.
I hear you there. Yeah, and when you say multiple, one last question, follow up. When you say multiple abortions, then that sounds like you're giving some moral consideration to the fetus. If prior to the cutoff time, whatever you think that is, it's perfectly acceptable to abort the child, then it really wouldn't matter as long as they kept under that time. Unless you want to say that there's some kind of moral relevance in them aborting this clump of cells, as it's demeaningly referred to.
Yeah.
If you want to say that there should be like a cutoff on how many times they can do it, I find that to be intention. So do you view before the cutoff time, do you view the fetus as being something of moral value?
I do, but because it's not my fetus, I can't do anything about it. That fetus has more value to me. But yeah.
Okay, it does have moral value. Okay, so but by the same token, the question earlier was asked that, like, if you were to compare that to other situations where you could say you have moral value for someone else's infant that's grown outside of the womb, and they want to chop the infant's head off, you're not going to be in favor of them being able to do that, right? You would think that that's something that so if you're willing to, by force, princess, you're the queen of the country and you have the law behind you, you can pretty much do what you want. You would break down that door and stop the person from chopping the infant's head off, correct?
Yes, but I'm also against physician-assisted suicide as well, too. There's certain society that they're doing some Frankenstein stuff. This is why I'm also
I agree. There's a lot of I agree. No, I agree.
Yeah.
No. Trust me, I'm with you. The technology and stuff is advancing. Some creepy, gnarly stuff is coming up, and it brings up a lot of questions. But what I'm asking you there, though, the specific question is if you are in favor of the law breaking down the door, stopping the person from chopping off their infant's head, because you find that infant has moral worth, why wouldn't you also be in favor of making it not legal for a woman to get an abortion? It would be illegal. Why? Why?
Because I'll tell you, right? If a woman is in a house with her baby, she's killing them. They're gonna burst into the house, right? If she tried to harm the baby in the stomach, could they burst into her body? What are we supposed to do?
Well, first of all, you can make it not as available. Now, she can go and do what she does, but certainly, look, just because a person can chop their infant's head off in the corner of their house and nobody will know about it, or you could do a self-abortion, doesn't mean that you don't outlaw that activity. You don't want the stamp of approval on something you find to be morally outrageous.
I agree with you. Jail them.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, all right. Well, I appreciate that. Okay. I think the next on the queue was, I think it was Daniel, actually. And then I think Mohammed and Mark, if I remember correctly. Daniel, go ahead. Whatever you want to say.
In a topsy-turvy room. I have something to share based on some research about the subject of abortion that may be of interest. But it seems like you want to know where people stand. So did you want to ask me those questions first?
I mean, yeah, if you certainly, I mean, what is your position on abortion?
So my position is that at some point during the pregnancy, the interests of the state on that unborn child begin. So I'm very comfortable with what used to be the Roe v. Wade situation, and what's proposed in the ballot for November in Arizona is the same as Roe v. Wade in terms of time length, and then still beyond that, if the life or the health, not just the life, but the life or the health of the mother is infringed, it can still be performed even after that. That to me is what produces the result I believe it's possible that you and I would agree on, which was, if possible, we want to have the least amount of abortions possible, by whatever methodology, by whatever policy or not. If one experiment produced this much and one experiment produced that much, I think you and I would agree we'd want to go with whatever produces the least amount of what you would call murders, what I would call abortions.
Yes.
I would think we could agree on that. Yes?
Yes, actually, yes. I've been more persuaded that as of late, that even if I want to take a stringent policy, put in place, if it is the case that I have to compromise on some things to prevent actual murders, then yeah, I would be in favor of that. So I'm with you there.
So in the light of that, Rick, in the light of that first agreement on this topic, I've done over 100 hours of research and conversation between people on opposite sides of this position. And it seems to me that one of the things we ended up figuring out is wherever in the world that it is legal, other than right at the time it becomes legal, like a spike, because now it's legal, right? But after that settles in, you end up with less abortions on a per capita basis than when it was illegal. And one of the things you just pointed out is for some reason, because it actually has been going down on a per capita basis, since Roe v. Wade was overturned, it has not. So if that is something for us to look at as social scientists, or just people of faith and belief, or non-belief, for that matter. So I think that safe and legal, the data suggests overwhelmingly produces less abortion. So I think when you put it, therefore, in terms of murder, it makes it that there's no moral escape process there, where there's no sense even of the value of the mother. And this is where I come down to.
The real debate is not about abortions, but about law enforcement, lawyers, judges, stopping women and men doctors from cutting off baby heads for profit, paid for by taxpayers for pregnant people.
24 weeks or whatever, 6 months. I think the mother has a capacity for life beyond that one possible potential life to be born, and is responsible for a whole family and a village and whatever that sort of network of social is. And who are we, any of us, never mind a government, of all things, to go in and define when it is okay or not okay? It's just too much of a situational and conditional situation, and the data supports that, so I'm not just being poetic, that we've ended up with situations where women's health has been permanently damaged because they were not in danger of death under the law, so they were allowed to undergo conditions that since Roe v. Wade has been overturned
The
and
real
other laws
debate
have
is not
been
about
over,
abortions, but about law enforcement, lawyers, judges, stopping women and men doctors from cutting off baby heads for profit, paid for by taxpayers to grant people.
I don't know if you're talking to me. If you're talking to me, yeah. Well, I don't know what you think I'm laughing at. You think I was like, well, I'll say this: the replay, the replay's on. If you think I was laughing about some point like that, you're mistaken about what I was laughing about. I certainly wasn't. Things going on at once.
You were thinking I was laughing at some point like that. Yeah. But Daniel, real quick.
So if I can press you, if you don't mind. So a few things. I appreciate the amount of time you spent on the abortion issue. I have spent quite a bit of time on it myself in various aspects. So if you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer, but it does help me a little bit. Do you believe in God?
This is my answer to this question. I don't know, but I absolutely know that you're going to say yes or no.
That's fine.
I absolutely do know that there is a God. And I feel like God's God. That's good enough.
Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, I would claim the same for those that are opposed. If you mean by supporting the right for women to, I think you said, how many, did you say 6 months? Did you say 6 months?
24 weeks, I think it is. Whatever it was.
Okay.
There's a small chance that might actually become one.
Okay, so you said 24 weeks. So at 23 and a half weeks, or 23 and a half or a day before the 24th week,
They call it 23 and 6.
yeah, 23 and 6. Yeah, what's the relevance of that one day? And
You understand that women don't carry a child for 6, 7 months pregnancy, and then get an abortion.
well, that's not true. Well, that's not true. Well, that's not true.
It's not forming properly, and it's causing
Yeah, hold on, that's not true though. That's not true. That's yeah, but it's not true. You just said women don't. Well, now you want to say most. Okay, well, most. Okay, well, hold on. Yeah, yeah, and even that's not correct.
Andrew, put me in the queue. I'd like 60 seconds to speak on the abortion industrial complex of baby sacrifice.
Right? And we're always trying to improve. None of us are perfect, not societies or human beings.
So let me ask you this, two questions. Two questions. Blanket ban across the United States. Thank you. Blanket ban across the United States, every state. Okay, a complete blanket ban. Are you telling me that we would have more? Are you no, hold on. You want to, Daniel, keep in mind. Daniel answers. Keep in mind, Daniel, there are countries that have banned abortion outright. You can look at the abortion rates. So keep in mind, a million abortions, 1,037,000. Okay, that's just a statistic I pulled up. If you want to claim that if we did a blanket ban, then abortion, backyard event, dumpster baby, all whatever you want, all this stuff, right? If you want to say all of these things are going to occur, or that they're going to go to another country or whatever to have the abortion, I just want to know, in the actual numbers, do you think it's going to increase or decrease the amount if there was a blanket ban across the United States? The only reference I would have to this question is treat all of the life concern. History doesn't know how we can some of the country from. The fact of the matter is that the research we have says that whenever we have an illegal, there's less of them. So yes, I grasp based on that data socially going back 7 years. So I remember telling you stuff. That
Hi, Andrew. This is Adrian. Since this seems to be open popcorn style, I'd like 60 seconds to talk about the abortion industrial complex, which is a for-profit industry.
Popcorn, Adrian, it's not open popcorn. It's not open popcorn. You just hold on. I'm talking to Daniel, who will get you in. Yes. No, you've been very patient, Daniel. Go ahead, buddy. Okay. I just want to say that it is
For us to gamble on belief. We live in the 21st century. We can take any policies. We agree on a test. If we want to test it to start, just like we do with products and everything else. The research shows whenever you introduce or take away the abortion right, you have much.
Post receipts. Put the link in the chat, Daniel. It's just your opinion, Daniel.
Opinion, and I look at data to inform me, and I'm saying whatever your opinion or my opinion is, let's test it. See, you want to test it, remove Roe v. Wade, and watch what happens. Do you think Roe here in America has improved since Roe v. Wade was overturned? If you do, you're not looking at the data. You're not telling abortion numbers linked in before Roe v. Wade. This is what I say. The mother to me is more valuable in life than the unborn fetus. And I went to that opinion. And I said that I don't think the government should make that decision for me or my family when I have to be involved in such decisions. I think that is too.
But the government is making that decision for women right now.
One second. What is the data, if you don't mind? Like this historic kind of
And it's not just his opinion. He has actual research and statistics to back up these facts.
Yeah, he's saying that sarcastically, like, do you Yes, sir. You can go to No!
Oh yeah, like the World Health Organization is a credible organization anymore. Please, Mr. Vaccine.
Don't do suicide by mod. Don't do suicide by mod either. You know, the World Health Organization is an institution that maybe you don't like. Can be better. See, I was just asking because it seemed like you were. I wasn't sure. I was going to say that you and you're muffled. Okay, sorry. Yeah, better now. No, better now. Go ahead. So you're using this clear evidence that predicts that if there was some ban or prohibition of abortions in America, that the amount of abortions, let's say 100 or something, would increase. Do you think you have good reason to believe that based on history? Based on the past. I mean, I'm always looking at me setting something precedent in the future, like I'm not an idiot, right? But I'm saying based on the research of the past, that's just keep in mind what's being said here, Anthony, because I'm curious what you think. I know your position. I'm just saying I'm curious what you think here. So, out of whatever the population is right now in the United States, right? We're saying it's a small percent, whatever. That's fine. Of people who are seeking these abortions, and we have repeat offenders, as I might call them. But here's the thing: what's being said here is that 1,037,000 abortions in the United States in 2023. That if in 2025, starting January 1st, there's a blanket ban in every state, then it would be over 1 million, or at least 1 million, by the end of 2025. Do you find that to be plausible? And I understand we could, yeah. Do you think that that's something that so in other words, there's no Planned Parenthood, there's no facility that will facilitate an abortion. That women are going to either go out of the country or perform their own abortions. Do you think that makes sense to say? Out of the country is not workable for most. No, I agree. Listen, Daniel, I was just trying to be as charitable to the position you're taking as I can be, which is that seeking, we'll even include out of the country abortions. I'm saying, let's say all of them, right? Wherever they get them, residents or citizens of the United States, wherever they get them, however they get them, the bottom line number, in the end, is going to be 1 million or more. Do you think that that's plausible, Timothy? I'm not even saying about the data. We can look at the data, but I'm just saying, do you think that that's plausible? Timothy. Okay, well, we lost him. Mark, I know you wanted to move, bro. I'm sorry. Your civility often gets you penalized. Oh, darn. Okay, well, we're going to get you in, so please stick around. Timothy, do you think that's plausible? I did ask you. Did you hear what I said? My question to you. Timothy. Needs to be upon you. Okay. So we'll let that be. I guess, Daniel, then I would just ask as a follow-up. So 23 and 6, what is the difference? What's the relevant moral difference or the relevant difference that you want to say that 24, okay, granted rights, 23 and 6, no rights. What exactly happens in that interim of the 24 hours? Well, let's just say it's going to happen at, let's get it right down to the minute, okay? So 11:59 p.m., let's just say Pacific Standard Time, doesn't matter where you're at, but 11:59 p.m., abort.
How much brain damage can one man suffer, yet still hold abortion rules?
Good evening, everyone. This is Adrian Dickman speaking. Just wanted to let you know that Clown House is really Clown House. People have been repeating themselves ad nauseum for years, looking at every argument from every angle, making up angles. This app is a bunch of morons. Self-deluded hypnotists, mostly political partisans, hoping to engage in the information warfare and accumulate some type of power. But the truth is, no one here reads books. Therefore, their power hasn't increased at all. They've been merely contributing to Paul and his little LGBTQ boyfriend, the Admiral one, when he has his cutesy-dootsy little town halls where he tells you about the new functionality. Anyways, this is Adrian. Health, wealth, love, peace of mind, happiness, and strength. We'll call you, don't call us. God bless. It was an error, of course.
You still, every time you say my name or talk to me, I'm gonna cut you off. Every single time. So do it again, I'm gonna cut you off. I did not say
Jasmine, I agree with you, though. Somebody should spoke that.
Listen, I can go why I want to. That's what always happens. And if I'm being honest, Jasmine, one of the people that also hate Africans too, so I'm not surprised.
Move me down the line. You're a liar. So you just said we couldn't generalize. You literally just said the same thing you said I couldn't do to you, you just did to me. But I'm going to respond every time you say my name then. I'm going to respond.
Apparently, you're not a racist if you hate black Africans, but if you hate black Americans, then you're a real racist. You see, in terms of negronology or niggernology or whatever kind of ology it is that you're...
All right, real quick, let me just set the rules. Listen, somebody mark Jasmine better. Hey, listen, nobody's above the rules of the room. Nobody's bigger than the program. So if boss can say my name, he can say your name. You can't cut him off because he said your name. Like, nobody's bigger than the rules. That's so.
It's a new rule
every
every day.
name, and then I'll let you respond. But you can't cut him off because he said your name. All right, boss, do you think?
Some people don't like to operate with a bit of truth. So, I understand. And particularly here, too, a lot of that happens. That's why I pointed it out. And I knew that we're getting the uproar and kind of skewed away a little bit. But I just felt like it was important because I'm like, this is the perfect opportunity for y'all to see it. Right? Like, well, fucker. I'm just speaking on topic. Black on black hate. Do black people hate each other? Or hate on each other? Absolutely. Like, we're still
be honest,
black Americans. Oh wait, sorry, before I even get to that, I want to talk about that African and this thing and whatever.
Black America.
Hold up. The people that were born and raised here, or moved here at an early age or whatever, etc., they're in the name, it literally says African and American. So they're giving a critique on America, the land that they grew up in, right, lived by the customs and etc. and dealt with all the same racist bullshit that y'all dealt with. You then can't say like, oh well, now they want to claim African, blah, but they've always been African. Like, so that it doesn't make any sense, and that's one of the ways you can see or show someone that doesn't really care about the critique or the message. It's all about hating the messenger. Throwing that aside, do black Americans hate on each other? Absolutely. This is still one of the only places that it's like if a black person steps on another black person's shoe, they can get shot and killed. If you stare at a nigga too long, you can get killed. If you, I don't know, like, dance with somebody, look the other way, like there's always some bit of tension every time black Americans are around each other or issues and shit. I'm you know me, I travel a lot of places, I've lived in a lot of places. You go to Atlanta, you go to Houston, you go to all these places that always end up in a shooting. So the answer is yes, absolutely. There's a lot of people that's like, well, I work for this, so you can't get it. There's a crab in the barrel mentality, and we keep saying it and saying it. But for some reason, when we ask the question again for everyone to answer, then we get that, oh no, we don't. What are we talking about? We all love each other. We all fuck with each other. We all just why are we lying? So I'm gonna land on that.
It's
no go. So I'm just gonna get back to the queue. Who disagreed with boss? Anybody disagree? I do. Alright, this is gonna be
I disagree.
Alright, it's Milton, this is on Brooklyn.
I don't understand how this thing over here talking
future.
So wait, now let me respond to that. Can I respond to that?
Let's keep respectful.
Oh, well, you should have told him that while you was rapping. But I'm not even gonna disrespect the brother either, right? Because I'm telling him that. And I appreciate that, right? I'm not gonna disrespect him back because I'm at an elevated, consciousness in my life, right? But you see how I give the critique on the space, right? And I worked with the title, and then instead of him addressing my points and addressing the title, it then became a personal attack about you and our country and coming over here and people over there doing this and doing that. If we're talking about the title said Africa, we can do that. But no, instead it became a personal attack and disrespect that continues and continues to happen in here. So that's why I'm gonna just keep pointing it out. And I know that every time I speak, there's some people that they hate Africans so much that I pierce their fucking soul. And that's why I fucking love doing it. I'm not gonna disrespect you back. I just want to keep showing y'all that these people, leave it at that.
These people are the reason that you were able to free to be a country. In addition to that, bro, you guys come to America and portray black degeneracy, and then like Jasmine said, you stand on the sideline to the point and say, look what they did. You can't do both and have any type of leg to stand on.
Move on, bro.
Before Brooke can go, put a gun emoji in chat. Y'all agree with Mr. Spenzo? Put a brain emoji in chat. Y'all agree with Boss. All right. Brooke, it's on you.
Like you niggas did, y'all proved this point. Y'all took the bait.
All the Africans put brain emoji in chat.
Hold on, yeah, of course. Because they took the bait too. Because y'all keep wanting to differentiate yourselves from everybody else. He didn't say Jewish and Methodist and some shit Luke put in the fucking title. Let's be very clear. He said, my community and black people. You niggas include black people too. Y'all just sat on here and displayed how y'all be hating on each other. The African hated on the fucking American and vice versa. I don't even understand how y'all be making it seem like y'all that different when it got your own countries, whether it be Ghana, Liberia, Somalia, wherever the fuck you may be from, any of the Caribbean countries, you niggas hate on each other too. So stop, please. And I'm not one of the Americans that don't like Africans. I'm one of the ones that actually fuck with y'all. But I need you niggas to get up into reality and realize that y'all part of that nigga shit that y'all be doing. Y'all be doing nigga shit where y'all from too. Okay? I want y'all to understand that. Y'all get y'all asses over here and think that y'all can look down, but we know that y'all participate in all of the nigga shit. Okay, so in this conversation, just deem yourself as the black people that Mr. Rubo was talking about. This is between Jews and fucking black people. You niggas from Nigeria, wherever you from, are the black people that he was talking about too. And y'all do need to stop being on each other.
That's a good point. I got a question for you, facts. Hold up. I got a question for you, facts. Hold up. Yeah, I got a question for you, facts. Right? Quickly though, we Africans are part of the Black American stuff. If an African said that we're part of that, you always say that no, you're not, because y'all were not.
I didn't say Black American, I said Black.
Okay, that's fine. The title says Black Americans though. Right? My question for you is this. Well, I was going off the title. My question for you is this. Everything that I said, right? Did I hate on Black Americans or did I give a critique on Black Americans? Please help me answer that.
You was going based off your personal experience when you lived. You said you lived in a bunch of places, which I agree. I know you have. And you said based off your experience, you see this. You can't go to certain parties without shit getting shut up. So you're just referring to the title. I don't think it's. I mean, me trying to determine whether you hate. Brother. I don't think you hate us. No, I don't think you hate us.
You said you go off history. We've known each other for 3-4 years. Don't act like it's different because you're friends with me. Come on,
Boss like Diana Ward, just like me. He didn't have a bunch of views, but I heard him say he probably said some shit, some egregious shit. I'm sure he said some egregious shit, but he definitely don't hate Black Americans at all.
Okay, so wait, so I'm not even talking about if I hate Black Americans in general, right? Because
obviously I don't, because my ex was. But I'm talking about what I just. Yeah, I do. I fuck all races. But this is the thing though, right? What I just said in this room, that's what I was asking on. Did I critique or hate on Black Americans? And that's why we had the argument. How do we know when somebody's doing that? This lady came off a mic and said like, oh, you see y'all doing Mike Rubin did because boss hating on Black Americans and this other guy. Am I hearing things? You are. Did she not see Jasmine? You weren't even here.
You said that you were trying to separate, but I think
Jasmine, if you like me, say that. But I was talking to Brooklyn. I was talking to Brooklyn.
Seeing the Black community hating on haters. Does not mean, and you know this, I don't even know why I'm explaining this to you, but to hate on a person doesn't mean that you hate them. Like, it's not the general fucking description of hate. It's hating on it. That means if I wear some shit that you think is cute, but you don't want to fucking admit that it's cute, you gonna hate on it because you're a hater. Not a hater in the sense that, oh, you hate Black people or you just hate me to the death of me, but you're a hater, and you know this because you've been involved in the Black community. But yes, you did, and I'm gonna show you how. I'm gonna tell you how, right? I'm gonna tell you how. Because when you made your submission about Michael Rubin, and yes, I also agree that he was correct, right? But then you turned what a Jew said into a diaspora war. That was some hating ass shit. You made it about, oh, the Nigerians and what the Black Americans did to the Nigerians and this, that, nigga, that was some hating ass shit. Whether you, and I don't know if you was, I don't know how long you've been involved in this Black American country that you've been in, but I'm sure you've been involved long enough to know when a nigga is hating or not. And that was some hating ass shit to do. Okay. Period.
Okay. Hold up. Let me say that's what I'm saying, bro. Let me, because I don't know, that's just to get off the mic. I don't get it. My name with no nigga name. I called Tuesday. What are you talking about? Well, listen, right? Now I'm hating on Black Americans because I made that statement. That's why I prefaced everything I said because I was gonna leave it, but I could not turn a blind eye to the fact that, especially in this room, and I've told you this many times, we joke about it, we keep talk about it because I don't be tripping about what y'all be saying because y'all have to live with your misery, not me. But I keep saying that every room that I've been in here, there's a bunch of African hate that speak on stage. A bunch of it. Plenty. And anytime an African says something, it becomes a whole like, oh, well, you African and your countries and y'all be running over here and y'all need us and y'all not the same as us and blase, and it becomes messenger. And then as soon as this Jewish man speaks his piece on Black America that's not even Black at all, it's like, well, it's not about the messenger. We gotta be cool and calm, guys. Let that man finish. We gotta chill. We gotta, be that. Like, now we gotta have some fucking cool. So I just pointed out the hypocrisy. It's not hating, it's facts. That's why I said, how do you that wasn't a fact. That was a lot of absolute fact. Jasmine said it perfectly.
Mike, alright, let me do some responses. Alright, so this is my thing, right? Now, I do think when the critique is in good faith, right, you gotta take heed to it versus somebody that comes with bad faith. So if you got a history of hating Black Americans, or you've been taught to hate Black Americans and you try to hide your hatred behind critique, most Black Americans can, smell that shit, right, from a mile away. Now, here's another aspect that we haven't talked about. So, alright, so when people give me advice, right, so like let's say I'm broke as a motherfucker, right, and then there's one person that's broke as fuck trying to give me advice about getting out of my situation versus somebody that has wealth and came from nothing and came up and became successful and they're giving me advice. I'm gonna take more heed to the person that's successful and I can relate to, but they just got more money than me and they're successful on how they got to where they are versus somebody that's broke trying to give you the same critique, right? So when I just gotta keep it real, Jewish people critiquing us versus somebody, like let's say somebody comes from like a fucked up country that's all type of egregious shit going on, and you're trying to have the same critique. Y'all don't feel like that's like if you coming from degenerate shit, and then you're critiquing degenerate shit, should your critique be valid? That's my question.
Hell yeah, it should be valid because just because somebody got a lot of money, they know how to make money, don't mean they give a damn about you.
Wait. We're talking about getting it. All right, we talking about. All right, because obviously I don't disrespect money. I respect morals. But if a broke person is telling me about how to get out of my situation, I'm gonna take more heed to the person that got money that actually has a blueprint to how they got out versus somebody that's broke.
You know how many people can tell you because they've been broke, they had a lot of money, and they watch their career.
Wait.
You know how much wisdom they can drop on you about what not to do.
I'm talking about somebody that never had it. Wait. I'm talking about somebody that's broke, never had it, and trying to tell me about another broke person on how to get out of my situation versus somebody that come from nothing who got it out. Who are you going to listen to first? The person that...
You're white, you listen to the phone. He's not listening to the question.
No.
Let me explain my position. Because there's a lot of broke people that got a lot of wealthy people around them, and they never had no money, but they understand absolutely exactly what to do. A lot of people in those scenarios, so it would be a
Wait, I'm saying, all right,
that's ridiculous. Okay, that's for you. There's a lot of broke people that can tell you a whole lot. They've been around a lot of money. He's saying that they broke, but they got all this information. If they got all that information, why did they use it to not be broke? Play the game. That's false. I could have been a billionaire with all my knowledge. They don't want to play the corporate game.
All right, so you think a broke person honestly knows how to get out the situation, but they don't want to play the game, so they rather give you the advice to get out the situation.
He's saying that he can tell them how not to make the same mistakes, bro.
Yeah, that example is a little weird.
I'm telling you that you a broke person don't want to fill out, so that's why they stay broke.
But I didn't say that. I said that you would be a fool to say that person's broke. They can't give me no advice about You did say that they don't want to play the game.
Okay, this is home.
Kevin Durant transformed into the Blob. This is not computer graphics, but the real skill of makeup artists. The first step was creating a life cast of Kevin Durant's body. This involved covering him in a special material to create a mold, which would then be used to sculpt the prosthetics. Durant's transformation into the Blob involved donning a full-body prosthetic suit that added over 60 pounds to his frame. Crafted from silicone and foam latex, the suit was meticulously designed to capture the character's enormous bulk and distinct features, from his exaggerated jowls to his massive belly. Each day, Durant spent 4 to 6 hours in the makeup chair, where artists applied and painted the prosthetics with incredible detail. The intense heat buildup and discomfort meant that frequent breaks were necessary to keep the actor cool and hydrated, especially during physically demanding scenes. Do you like this film? Did you know? How Kevin Durant...
I'm trying to convince Donald that exists through ohms. If this doesn't do it, nothing will. That's That's right, I'm trying to convince Donald that God exists once and for all through saying Om. I think it's working. I think we've convinced him. We've done it. We've done it. He doesn't have to make rooms anymore asking for people to convince him they don't exist. We did it. We set him free. Free. He's free. Donald is free. Long live the Donnie. The bird is free. The bird is free. How does it feel to be free of yourself, Donnie? You're free! Oh, you can thank me later, Donald. Don't worry about it. You can pay me later. But we did it. Everybody else, sorry, I know you guys were trying to do it, but we got it done. We beat you to the punch. We freed Donald. We did it. We convinced him God exists. God is now. God is joy. God is love. Oh. And so was that chicken sandwich I had for lunch. It was delicious. Oh, you're not entertained anymore? Even though we proved to you that God exists? God, you're a tough crowd. So demanding. Greedy, you might say. Or not greedy enough. Hello? Hello? Is this thing working? Alright, I'll be back. I'm gonna go free some other people. I'll be back.
Well, I didn't get. Wait. First of all, I got a lot of Africans modded. I'm not. Sorry from the mirror. I especially fuck the East Africans. All right, they're my favorite East Africans. I mean Africans, but cause they still. But I definitely fuck with all Africans. All right, so let Bullis Gotti. He's from Sierra Leone, and his brother and his dad is Creole Sierra Leone, Nigeria. So Bullis do that.
Yeah, you fun. Let me say this, right? Mike, and this whole people thing, right? Mike Rubin met me with Jay-Z, right? Just like Robbie Grant. He helped him out, cool. Nobody hated him. He's just a sucker, okay? And when you a sucker, why you say? Niggas not hating no right after. He's just a thing. He's a sucker. He's a sucker because what he do is he moves sucker, and a lot of the sucker. What's that? It's sucker. It's very sucker because he got a sucker bone about him, bro. He went. His case ain't had nothing to do with the judge, you know. Like he tried to make it seem like Charlie Mack, which is Will Smith's guy, who advised. Black people want to buzz, and he does a lot of sucker shit to black people. Okay, got him kissing a white man, bad, and fighting over these boy toys because that's what it is. He got a love affair with Robin Kraft and Michael. Okay, I don't know black man at his age is hanging around old white men like Robin Kraft and hanging around a dude that's in his 50s and Michael. Arguing with Travis Scott about this and that. Y'all listen to some of the videos at the white party, bro. For him yelling and screaming at a nigga over another man, bro. That is homosexual. He's a homo, bro. Everybody knows niggas are homo, bro. But that push back the bunker clock. I don't give a fuck about all that if you're a homo. But the thing with this hate on hate, nobody's hating on nobody. Okay? White man is the reason why it's a type of what you call woolly crab or crab. He was gonna say Willie Lynch.
Man, that's bigotry. That's anti-homosexual right there. He ain't gay unless you post receipts. Screaming over another man doesn't make you gay, even if you're flamboyant.
Agenda going on in our community. But don't get it twisted, bro. You know, that's 600-year curse. So all that talk about we hating on each other.
Like, killing me.
We just speaking facts and we just calling out sellouts in our community. When it comes to Jews, the Jews need to focus on their community. Stop running around saying they Jewish, because they Jewish. They're not Jews, they Jewish. Okay? And when you stop Michael Rubin need to focus on his community. Don't tell black people. He needs to not do this. You know, listen, I don't know why y'all do this every room. I said that's what you can have. Let's not do this. This is the real Jews. That's cool. All right. I'm not doing that. But like I said, Lou, Michael Rubin need to focus on his community. I'm tired of white people always butting in our business. Mind your goddamn business. If we checking our women, if we checking niggas in our community, let us check them. That don't got nothing to do with you. You call it hate, we call it the truth. Okay? What is a lie? Yeah, define lie. Define it.
I will. Take life as experience, actually, and when a family determines how to grow their
But then plants aren't alive.
Generations.
Yeah, plants aren't alive.
It's not
The
about.
bacteria aren't alive.
I'm not finished.
And then Bitcoin drops in price. Right now, put a brain emoji in the chat. It ain't hate, boo. I ain't gonna lie, brothers they just convinced me. Yeah, bro. He cooked. You gotta, but look, you gotta, you definitely got a point, because the fact that he came from people in Africa, Asia. No, matter of fact, I'm tripping. Now you dead ass wrong.
Take speech, take the joy in the mouth.
Meek Mill, literally, he's the only rapper, one of the few rappers that partner up with Michael Rubin and got police reform, probation reform, sentencing reduced. And he got a he got a bill passed. So we talking about Michael Rubin is actually an ally of black people. Now he said some dumb shit. I definitely disagree, right? But in terms of Meek Mill actually do. I don't know a gangster rapper. I don't know a gangster rapper from the streets
Jewish hate, character aggression. You are the racist Jew hater.
What's the bill, Lou? What's the bill? Nigga, what? Hold up. Why is Mumia not free? If Meek cares so much about social justice, why he ain't free in political prison? I don't give a fuck about drug dealers getting free. Why Mumia ain't free? Come on, man. That's a brother that's innocent for killing the police when they probably didn't kill the police. Why Mumia ain't free? If Meek care about the black community, until somebody tell me Meek is about the black community, I don't give a fuck about what he's doing for drug dealers and all that other bullshit. Anybody can do that. Alright, wait, somebody asked me. Somebody asked me.
I want to say something.
Alright, let me wait, before Dean goes, you read the bill. Because this is important. Because me personally, right, I care more about people's actions than their words. So if you got a Jewish dude, whether it's a Jewish dude, an African dude, an Arab dude, if he's helping getting bills passed for black people, right, I'm gonna always look at the actions before the words. Now the words do matter, because I definitely feel like he overstepped his boundaries, but I don't agree with everything he said, but he said some valid points. But if we're reading just the actions, right, let me just read this bill. Alright, so it's called I'll play the video too. It's the Reform Alliance.
Let me say what I want to say first.
Who is that?
That's me.
Oh, hell no, just wait till I'm done.
No.
You better be submissive, just shut the hell up. What's going on?
Okay.
Alright, Daphne, you want to go to your
Just a quick thing. So if Meek Mill say he is allegedly gay or bisexual, if he's getting bills changed, why do we care about his sexual orientation?
Exactly. You got no bitch.
If he's sucking dick to help the black community, I commend that and helping the black
Pussy hugs him free.
So y'all went so big to get reparations? Wait. Only real Nigerians can speak. If you was born in America and never been in Nigeria a day in your life, you're not fucking Nigerian. I thought you was Nigerian. You assimilated. You're a $5 black American.
This is a newly discovered species that's boggling the minds of scientists and cricket researchers.
I'm telling you,
Video is shot by toddlers just in their diapers, sitting on a busy hillside in the middle of the video is shocking. Two toddlers just in their diapers, sitting on a busy hillside.
Let Dean go, then John, then I'll read the bill out.
Greetings. First, I want to applaud Meek Kwame Mills. Remember, he's seeking to get citizenship in Ghana. He wants to return back home. That should be acknowledged and appreciated. Seems like he's turning over a new leaf in life. That should be appreciated. Couple things. I wanted to touch much on this notion of trying to draw. I think when Ruben made his comments, it was specifically directed to Black Americans, right? And I think for any Black American to try to juxtapose their condition and state with other Black countries, particularly third world ones, is completely fallacious. It's odd, it doesn't make sense. And it's just another way of deflection and obfuscating accountability. To the point, and I know this is friendly banter and so forth, but someone like the individual that spoke before me, his whole persona on social media is dedicated to pitting Black folks against Black folks. I invite anyone to go to his YouTube channel. This is what he does, right? So I don't even know why we really entertain his nonsense, particularly on this subject, but it is what it is. That being said, and I know a lot of people want to speak, people might want to disqualify me because I am first generation American. I'll say this, Black folks, Black Americans, FBA, to sort of stop this hating on each other, you might want to start by stop calling each other the N-word, right? I don't know any other. See, here we go. If I can finish, I don't know any other community, ethnicity that took a pejorative, a derogatory term, and allegedly transformed it, and now it's a term of endearment. This is lunacy. This is lunacy. People know the origin and how vile that term is. They wouldn't let it leave their lips, particularly against their loved community members. But we see this in the Black community. I think the psychology behind that is indicative of what Mr. Rubin's speaking about. But
what is the psychology behind you not being in Nigeria and being in America talking shit? What's the psychology behind that, Dean?
I can tell you.
Expound on that psychology? Why are you not in your motherland if you love it so much? Can you explain that to us? What does that mean?
No problem. I'll explain. Number one, because this country particularly aids in the raping and pillaging of my country and the majority of the ones on the continent. So I would love,
the rapist? Is that what you do? So you're the next caller to contribute to the raping? That doesn't make any sense, Dean. If I see somebody raping somebody, I'm not going to go and give them $5. That doesn't make any sense, Dean. Try again. That's a fucked up psychology.
Okay, if I can. I'm following.
Dean, are you Caucasian? Is Dean Caucasian?
Hold on, bro. Because you claim to be York's son, and we don't even.
No, I'm back. Oh, I know who you are. I agree with Mickey for once. Like, that wouldn't make any sense.
Luke, can I finish, bro?
Finish, but I'm tired of y'all being on Black stages talking shit about Black people. Get the fuck out of here. Like, seriously.
Is it because he's not FBA? That's why he can't speak? No, but it's a valid question. Why would you go to the country that's guilty of raping and pillaging and like benefit? And he's like benefiting America by being in America. So why would you do that? That doesn't make any sense.
Can I finish? So again, to the question of coming to this country, I'm following the resources that have been pillaged on the continent.
Damn.
Here's the deal. Between the U.S. and Europe, leave Africa alone. Take all your enterprise, your investments, and take your minds, leave us, and we'll leave you. That'd be a great. I'd love to sit with your president. If you guys agree to that, I have no business.
Black America has nothing to do with that. You have to go talk to the white people that you guys assimilate with.
Can I finish? So what I'm saying, though.
Hey, what you just call her?
So, what I'm saying.
He said a bead.
I did not.
Y'all need to go to her letter.
You can't say that.
Wait, one mic. Now, wait. Now, boss. You just said we triggered, so you basically said you cool. When I
spoke. Not when you disrespected me.
Hypocrisy.
Not when no. I pointed out your hypocrisy.
You just said
I said Negroes. Is that a swear word now? I said Negroes. Is that a swear word now?
Hold on. We go to this. We go to the argument. Did he just call? Wait. Did he just call somebody an Abid, which means a slave in Arabic, as an African, right?
He called me that.
And then wait, one mic, and then boss said we're triggered. See now, this is the anti-black shit. When y'all be saying, when y'all be trying to come in good faith in conversations, and then gaslight us by saying we're triggered for African calling us a beast. Now imagine if a dude, wait, hold on, can y'all just stay the fuck on mute? Now imagine if a Arab person came on stage or a Jewish person came on stage and called us a bee or nigger. It will be World War 50 right now, right? But since he's black, quote unquote, melanated and look like us, he can get away with calling us a bee. This is a West African calling us a slave. And you just said that black Americans are triggered by it.
That's what I was saying.
All right, cool. Hold on. And then he threw Negro on top of it. He talked to me. He talked to me. So let me respond. Let him go.
He said we're triggered by being called a slave.
So hold up. Right? So I love how this is folded out, right? First of all, I know y'all uneducated people like to think Africa is a country.
More anti-black. Now we're uneducated.
Why is Jasmine still talking while I'm talking? Why, Jasmine, you can't sit on me. Let me alone.
He's on the foot.
Yeah,
I'm speaking on the point, literally, until she cut me off. This is what's funny, right? I know that y'all like to think Africa is a country, right? But I did not even hear the word Abi. And I don't even know what the fuck that means. I did not say that because, he called Abi a slave. I didn't even hear that shit. What I said it was because he has been repeatedly getting cut off on stage. Hold up, I'm still talking, right? I know you like to cut.
You're lying again. Dean got to go for a while. You're lying.
Jasmine, you're cutting me off again. You're not even saying it.
You're a victim.
Exactly, sure, I get it. I'm not doing begging for shit though. But this is the thing, right? This is the shit that hold up. So she can disrespect me. And I make a statement and then nothing happens.
I was literally talking about the
Can I speak? Or is this just the FDA space? Can the African speak or the FDA space? Because this is exactly what happened to Dean. This is exactly what happened to Dean. No, he was not. Someone cut him off. He was cut off multiple times. He's making mistakes.
That's what happens
The same way I'm getting cut off now. The same way I'm getting cut off now is the same way Dean was getting cut off. Like I get it. Y'all like to get kumbaya and
I ain't gonna lie. Right after Dean said a beat, he said all y'all triggered. But now I hear you say it. Come on, bro. Let's keep it real.
Honestly, can I jump in there?
Damn, somebody kicked me?
If a child is playing with a real gun and it's pointed at you, they don't know that it's real. They think it's all a game, but they are going to shoot you, and the only thing that you can do is shoot them before they shoot you. Would it be acceptable for you to do that?
So, if everything else being equal, I'm a human, they're a human, and they're a child, I'm an adult, I know what's going to happen, they don't know what's going to happen, I'm going to stop what's going to happen. Is it acceptable? Interesting. I would have to say acceptable. You'd have to say yes, it is acceptable, because there was a circumstance that was about to lead to your death, and self-defense is a real legitimate defense, and this was a real case of self-defense.
acceptable for you to
Still falls.
child.
Yeah, still
Yeah,
falls.
Chuck, I like this stuff. Pretty dead.
Russia, make it where the almost impossible to cause an event like, practically impossible. It is impossible to cause an event with the same explosive trigger that occurred on that evening in 1986. So that's good, because one of the largest cities in the world, St. Petersburg, is still powered by several of these RBMK reactors at Leningrad Nuclear Station, down upwind to the east. So Kursk nuclear plant is offline. Evidently, what it seems to have happened is something has just damaged the transformers that would have allowed the power from that nuclear plant to go to the grid. When that happens, the way nuclear plants are designed is that they put a bunch of power onto the grid, but they run their own systems off of the grid.
Okay, this is Elon Musk and Adrian Dittman. I hope you enjoy. Hello? Hello? Moo! So what's going on in the space? This is Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman. I want to talk about the coin, and then I want to talk about fucking AI images. Let's go. Have you ever heard Elon Musk talk all night long as Adrian Dittman, and he really just, he runs and runs. He must be on great Adderall. I don't know what kind of Adderall that is, but I want some of that fucking Adderall. Moo! Very good. Exciting. It's not often the circus comes to town. No Trump, free America from the Obama Kamala scandals. So this is again Elon Musk, aka Adrian Dittman. That's with two T's and two N's, not with one T, not one N. That's some fucking guy in his mom's basement in his fucking underpants imitating me. The point is, this is Elon Musk, your Lord and Savior here on fucking X Spaces. Don't you ever dare call it fucking Twitter. It's fucking X, okay? God bless you all, and may you live long and prosper. Also, don't vote for Kamala. She's a fucking communist, Marxist, terrorist bitch. Vote for Donald Trump. God bless you all. I'd like to read from the wisdom of the Buddha. He whose appetites are stilled, who is moderate in food, who has perceived void and unconditional freedom, his path is difficult to understand, like that of birds in the air. The gods even envy him whose senses, like horses, well broken in by the driver, have been subdued, who is free from pride, free from evil propensities. Such a man who does his duty is tolerant like the earth, like a stone set in a threshold. He is like a lake without mud. No new births are in store for him. His thought is quiet. Quiet are his words indeed. When he has obtained freedom by true knowledge, when he has thus become a quiet man, the man who is free from credulity, but knows the uncreated, who has cut all ties, removed all temptations, renounced all desires, he is the greatest of men. In a hamlet or in a forest, on the sea or on the dry land, wherever venerable persons, arhats dwell, that place is delightful. Forests are delightful. Where the worldly find no delight, there the passionless will find delight, for they look not for pleasures. Even though a speech be composed of 1,000 words, but words without sense, one word of sense is better, which, if a man hears, he becomes quiet. Even though a stanza be composed of 1,000 words, but words without sense, one word of a stanza is better, which, if a man hears, he becomes quiet. Though a man recite 100 stanzas made up of senseless words, one word of the law is better, which, if a man hears, he becomes quiet. If one man conquer in battle 1,000 times 1,000 men, and if another conquers himself, he is the greatest of conquerors. One's own self is conquered, is better than the conquest of all other people. Not even a god or a demigod, or Elon Musk or Adrian Dittman can change it to defeat the victory of a man who has vanquished himself. If a man for 100 years sacrifice month after month at the cost of 1,000 pieces of money, and if he but for one moment pay homage to a man whose soul is grounded in true knowledge, better is that homage than a sacrifice for 1,000 years. If a man for 100 years tend the sacrificial fire in the forest, and if he but for one moment pay homage to a man whose soul is grounded in true knowledge, better is that homage than sacrifice for 100 years. Whatever a man sacrifices in this world as an offering or as an oblation for a whole year in order to gain merit, all this is not worth a fourth part of that better offering, reverence for the upright. If a man has the habit of reverence and ever respects the aged, 4 things will increase to him: life, beauty, happiness, power. But whoso lives 100 years, vicious and unrestrained on X spaces, a life of one day is better if a man is virtuous and thoughtful. And whoso lives 100 years, foolish and uncontrolled, a life of one day is better if a man is wise and thoughtful. And whoso lives 100 years, idle and weak, a life of one day is better if a man has attained firmness and strength. And whoso lives 100 years, not seeing beginning and end, a life of one day is better if a man sees beginning and end. And whoso lives 100 years, not seeing the immortal place, a life of one day is better if a man sees the immortal place. And whoso lives 100 years, not seeing the highest law, a life of one day is better if a man sees the highest law here on X Spaces with Adrian Dittman and Elon Musk. I am complete. I hope I was succinct. I'll call you. Don't call me. God bless. Farewell. Live long and prosper.
1, new voice message, and 16, saved messages. New message.
Hey, John, this is Pat Gibbons. Just in your number on Instagram. I thank you for the support. Love you, man. Big too. If you have a podcast, because I think you have a podcast. If you do, I would love to be a guest on your show. Talk about what's going on with me health-wise. Talk about what I've done in the city of Chicago. Talk about some of the disputes that's going on, on the sidelines, the hecklers, the haters. And I would love to be a guest on your show. I just changed my number. Let me give you my number. Hold on.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Mic check. Everything seems to be working well.
All right, great. So are we doing a recorded one, or is this just unrecorded?
This one was not set to record it, but I think we can record it if you were to say take it through OBS. You do have OBS, is that correct?
No, I'm using my phone right now, actually.
Okay, let me, not sure if Blaise can come in.
Oh yeah, that'd be great. Maybe.
There he is, yeah, epic.
I can record it.
Perfect, so we got the media guy here, everything's working well. Yes, so, what the hell is the... Very cool. Yeah. Let's see if the space can fill up a little bit more. I want to keep the speaker panel very limited today because this is a space that is entirely focused on ads on X. You may have noticed that this space was not posted by me beforehand. This is because we wanted to run an experiment as to how effective ads would be for spaces, right? We wanted to kind of examine how it all works, what other people could learn from this, and what we have learned from this, right? So over here, he runs a lot of ads. That's how he has grown his entire account. And he has run an ad on this space, right? So we are using that as a means to basically test how effective ads are, right? And right now I can actually see if I would have pre-scheduled it by posting on my own page, it would have actually reached more, but this is entirely just conversion based off of ads. So that's why the space is a little smaller today, but that's what it is. So anyways, Slow, would you like to give us a little bit of a breakdown as to how the ads themselves have performed, what it was like, what you did? Like, give us the 12,000 foot overview, so to speak, and then go granular as you can.
Yeah, so I have both of our ads up. Pretty much we started about, let's say about 12
general overview was to just test ads on a space, which to my knowledge I have not seen happen yet, and just see like what type of results we can get without any external influence from Adrian's account or anything like that. So we did get about 600,000 impressions, which is fairly good, you know, for that time span. And we started off with a budget of around $20 to $30 a day. The first few days, we let that budget run just so we could kind of see like what's getting targeted, and we only targeted your followers, my followers, a very specific list of keywords. So like marketing on X, anyone who typed in word ads, spaces, things like that. Tried to keep the targeting very, very low without influence really from the optimization algorithm option. The optimization algorithm option allows the algorithm to kind of reach outside of your target audience that you set, and that can have a pretty significant impact on the views and how many people see it. But for this test, we just really wanted to see who will see the ad based off of just this criteria and the specific targeted keywords. And I believe, Adrian, on Discord, I sent you 2 links to the ads. You can probably scroll up and check that out. One ad, we got 389,000 views. And when I go into the analytics for that, we got about 400 clicks through. Now, you know, that can vary between, you know, desktop clicks, iOS, Android, etc. We got about 13 or 14 bookmarks and about 100 or 200 likes around that for each one, which isn't too bad. We did turn off the comments on these because there is a slight situation where people will tend to promote their own events or their own products and things like that within ads. And an easy way to avoid that is just by switching it over to verified commentation only. So there's not many comments on these specifically for that reason. Now, had I left the comments on, there'd probably be a larger amount. And I anticipated a low amount of comments based off of that criteria. But yeah, as the days went by, right, we started with that budget of $20, $30 a day, and slowly dropped it down as it optimized itself. So maybe the first day I saw 10, 15, 20,000 impressions. The next day I dropped it down another $5. It would kick up a little bit more in impressions, which is contrary to what people may think. Lowering your budget would decrease your impression count, but that's not always true. If you're lowering your budget based off the results you're seeing, it will slowly optimize itself. And so we did one ad that was just text-based, right? So just us talking, it says here, let me read that copy to you. Yes, we just wrote, join at Solar Heavy and at Adrian Dittman for a discussion on running ads with a low budget on X. And we put the date and we put a link to that reminder for them to click on, right? That one actually did better and had a larger amount of click-throughs, which is interesting, right? But the image seemed to perform twice as much when it came to likes and actually profile visits, which seems about accurate. You know, visual ads always outperform text ads, depending on what the content's about and the creative. You know, you get a varying, result from that. And all I did was actually use your banner profile, which worked perfectly, since I was targeting specifically your followers. That kind of gives that brand awareness to anyone who did see it. We got a few people comment and mention, looking forward to it and all that. But really, the results are I'm saying they're higher than I would expect for the view count. And it's just interesting that even a couple hundred people, were liking an ad and all that based off of the space. To my knowledge, I've not seen anyone run ads on a space specifically. So it was interesting just to run this test and see the results that we got and run down through them. So yeah. And Adrian, did you have any questions based off of the results that we got?
Yes. What exactly would that conversion ratio look like? And are there perhaps other things? I think we should actually try out other things as well, because we're just basically running this space as a test. There's really not much that we can break down because the data that we've collected is interesting insight, but it's by no means something that is quite large and comprehensive. Comprehensive to the problem that we wish to discuss. And as I think that response to people that are listening into this space is actually not as high as I'd have anticipated it to be. Like when I set a space and I publish it myself, I actually get less impressions on it than we did with the ads, but I actually get more people setting reminders. I had a guy check out the reminder set for the space, and it was only up to about 40. When I normally set a space, it's up to 100, 200, 300, something like that. Those are usually the average numbers. So I was quite surprised that there were actually not that many additional numbers on this. I was kind of anticipating this because I saw previously there was a person who ran a ad with MySpace, and they amassed millions of impressions on that post because it was actually a promoted post, so it's an ad and a post at the same time, where that just only led to, I think, an increase of at least 100 listeners, but no more than that, right? So you're actually seeing almost none. I'm not sure if there's many new people that have joined into this thanks to the ad. So for Spaces, I think it's probably not one of the best things to do at the moment. That might change in the future, I think, for targeting and such. Potentially because the nature of Spaces itself has to be identified. The way that Spaces themselves perform is largely unclear because there's just some things that don't really make much sense when it comes to how Periscope actually functions and how Spaces actually trend. It's very odd. I can't understand it. It's like it's based on the titles, I believe, as well. So that could be a thing that has an impact. But beyond that, it's really a mystery how you can actually make Spaces expand. Except for, of course, amassing a large amount of accounts in a space. That's actually the best way, I think, to blow up a space. If you wanted to, make a space big, then having like bigger accounts in a space altogether is probably the better way to do it than to say ads. So I think for our next test, what we should do is we should run because the launch time is coming. Launch time for Starship is coming. We're going to make a video. We made some music, and we're going to edit this together into something that's really cool. So we're going to post it natively here on X. We're also going to post it on YouTube. And so we're going to run ads. I think we should do this. We should run ads on, well, not only on YouTube video itself, but also a link to the YouTube video here on X and the video itself on X, just to kind of test things out and see how the conversion of that is. And then we'll have a bigger data set because I think this is something that we ourselves should test out as well to kind of give a more comprehensive understanding of how ads work and how that extension also X works. But yeah, for now, the insight that we've gathered is actually quite minimal, which is unfortunate, but it is true.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, I've not seen it really work well for ads. It's the first one we've ever done with Spaces with ads. I agree. I would say it has a lot to do with more of like an awareness towards the influencers and the people that are actually in the space, outside of just promoting it out there, and especially since it's promoted to your own target. Now, it might have been different results had we done a more broad approach instead of just specifically targeting, my following and your following. But generally, that was what the space was about, and the ad content was directly correlated to, check out ads with Solar Heavy and Adrian Dimon. But had we probably included other accounts, it might have been different. But yeah, I agree. There's not really much wiggle room when it comes to promoting Spaces on ads. I feel like it would probably perform better with a larger data set, like you mentioned, and also aiming it outwards. Unfortunately, it's great. I like the idea of keeping advertising within the platform, right? It seems to always perform better than externally. But for YouTube, considering that we are doing that video with the song and everything, yeah, I feel like that would probably perform really better, as well as promoting that in an A/B format against the native video that you post on your channel as well. Which I think your channel post of the video that we do is going to obviously perform very well. And that'll be interesting to run an ad on an already posted video versus creating the ad within the X ads platform, which they give you a whole other website to do all that. And so for these two ads, that's actually what I did. We didn't post it individually on your account or my account. We actually went through the campaign editor and campaign creation option through X ads. So that also makes it less visible based off of natively selecting a post and then running that as ads. But yeah, I totally agree. The results are pretty minimal, not as expected. The impressions are there, which clearly means it's getting shown. The algorithm's doing its job. It's getting it in front of people. But the conversions, it's really, really low. I mean, 200-300 likes for over 500,000 impressions. That's quick math. Fractions of a percent. So it's really not expected to perform well. I'm guessing with Spaces. It's curious to wonder what type of marketing will work with Spaces, and I'm sure eventually more people will tune into that, and then we can go from there. But you run Spaces enough that I think eventually you'll find some things that will work. Like you mentioned, the name of the space and the anticipation of it. It's almost like how the name of the YouTube video and the caption is really gonna trigger people to want to see and watch next or see what's going on. So I feel like, something with the actual caption title, things like that, the call to action type of title name would probably work better.
There's a thing I've noticed There's a thing I've noticed though just now, and that is that there are, so when people are tuning into say from desktop or anywhere else, what usually happens is you see them as other listeners as well, or like anonymous. That's actually, I'm seeing a lot more of those people in here than I would with other spaces. So I'm assuming that this is potentially the result of our ad, right? Because I haven't seen that before. I only see this if my space goes like up in the into like the upper 200s, something like that. So I would say that potentially there is a little bit of a boost here, especially for someone who would be doing like a first time space. I think they'd get about 100 or something like that, because this space is completely out of pocket from anything that I'd be doing. Like literally nobody knows about this, and nobody was notified in advance of this from anyone who's like following me, except if I may have mentioned it, every now and then, but just like once, or just talking about how to make that happen. But yeah, I think we should kind of probably run a part 2 on this at some point, but like actually drum it up a little bit. Let's see what we could do with say max effort. I wonder what we could do with max effort. Probably a little bit of a call to action. We're gonna break on X ads or something like that, come up with something nice, and then I kind of think run something on that. Maybe if all of that works, optimize it until we get, I think, about 1,000 listeners live. That's something that I'd want to try and somehow achieve with ads at least, and then we can kind of have a communication on that. Because we have to sell something, right? We don't just
a realistic target.
Yeah, we have to sell something here. That's the issue. I think we're not entirely clear as to what we were selling. That I think was the first issue for why the space wouldn't actually perform as much at the beginning. So I think we'll have to be clear as to what we're selling. And analysis on ads on X, how to do X ads, something like that. We have to make it clear that this is what we're doing, that we're doing a breakdown here, we're doing analysis, and then sell that to people. It's like how ads work on X, ad rev, potentially also, just ad performance, right? And so people, I think, generally would be interested in that, like this. But also, I think maybe we should pick a subject, like a dedicated subject that is independent from ads, because we're like the niche of the niche here, where we ask, who's interested in understanding how the niche works? This is like, what is this? So I think that the performance of this is by definition low, and that's perfectly fine. I think that's all right. It's understandable. So I think it says more about our product that we're selling than it does about the service itself. So that's something I think is important to note as well, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. You can have the best marketing option in the world, but if you're selling something that people don't want to understand, it's really going to only hit so far. So I agree on that. The creative we could probably do a little bit better with. We did do a video, and generally video ads do perform really well. Like a 5 or 10 second clip. But it's almost like how exactly could we do that for a space? So it'd probably be something that I drum up or make in another website, just a little 10-second clip, and then include that in the ad. But yeah, I agree. If we targeted something specific, like outside of that, as the goal, like something very like space related or related to music, SpaceX, something like that. The rocket launch. I really think the rocket launch and that visual and the song combined, I definitely anticipate that to perform much better than this. So there's probably room for us to try something down that avenue and then optimize it. But a goal of 1,000 listeners and brilliantly through that. That should be consecutively. That should be possible. I don't see why that wouldn't be an option. As well as instead of for the next run, we're not going to really just target your followers of mine. We're going to try the optimization approach, which is an option at the bottom of every ad campaign you run. That just almost triples, it's 30x the result. Letting the algorithm really do its thing and run on its own without any interference manually is always the ads that perform best. Like my one ad that's, north of 20, 30 million impressions, that is the one where I just simply ask the question and allow the algorithm to just run optimized on its own. I also did a few things specifically that I knew would lower the results. Is I selected only English, I selected only in the United States, and targeting that specific, I mean, of course, that's where the platform is, that's where the majority of the users are. But honestly, it's a worldwide platform, and you can get reach in many, many other countries if you actually deselect the United States and deselect English. Of course, people are going to listen in, they're going to be bilingual. So there's different things, different, manual aspects of the campaign that I can change and tweak that would definitely get bigger results. But like you said, this was more of a laser focused, approach to this first run here, just to see like what's the baseline of what we're starting with. But yeah, a larger data set, more time running. We only did 10 or 12 days for this. Budget can stay the same. Budget's good. Believe it or not, X-Ads is very, very, very optimal and efficient when it comes to your budget. In fact, it's one of the things that I like about the platform the most is compared to Instagram, Facebook, the minimum budget you can set on ads on those platforms is, I believe, $1, right? So you can't go under $1, but yet on X, you can run ads for 50 cents. If you optimize it that highly efficient, you're seeing great results. There's nothing stopping you from doing a large volume of ads at a lower budget, right? And that's actually the technique that I run with my ads. I'm sure some people in here have seen some of my ads, or they've not, but generally the way that I approach it is like a shotgun approach, right? So not like a really targeted, scoped in approach, but just spray and pray. As many ads as I can get out there at a very, very low budget. And then of course you pick your winners, right? So the ones that are performing the best, they get a little bit higher budget. Maybe I increase that $1 or so. The ones that aren't performing as well, they get that budget decreased, right? And it's pretty much a transfer of your expenses and funds from your lower performers to your higher performers. And that just, these little things kind of add up and tweak it. And we did only run one singular ad campaign with only 2 ad copies within it, right? Had we ran maybe 5, with a couple dollars for each one, and then optimize between that, those are other options that would give us more data to work with, more results, and a general way to find out which one's performing best. I'd say one thing we could do for the next round is test the exact same settings, right, of not using the optimization feature that's built in within X-Ads, and then running the exact same campaign with that option on, right? So then we will really see the differentiation in A/B between the one with the optimization on, letting the algorithm just run with it and do its own thing, versus the general approach that most people are going to come onto the platform to do, which is manually targeting. And I should be I should run it back a little bit. I've got no professional knowledge or credentials within advertising or business or anything like that. Pretty much just a solo indie artist learning ads and going with it as I learn it, starting about 5 or 6 months ago, and just doubling down on the results that I see and learning firsthand, right? That's probably the best way to learn anything outside of ads, is just actually diving in, learning it from a firsthand approach, and then doubling down on the things that start working. But I think there's potential in it. It's just mostly we got to dig around and find which avenues are really, really efficient and which ones are just, are leading us into nowhere. So yeah, these results are a little bit under par for what I anticipated. Impressions are great, but like you said, you ran that campaign with someone else and got millions of impressions on it, I believe you mentioned, but the results were typical of what you just see here, maybe even lower or equal to that.
Yeah, true. I have to say the results themselves kind of look like a success to me in a sense, because if we went this niche insane niche selection. This is the absolute opposite of what you should do if you wanted to get reach. This is the absolute worst thing you could ever do, but we did all of those things. So I think that's, put that into consideration, the performance of the space actually I think speaks for itself. So I think for our next experiment, we should do the complete opposite. Go full in, absolutely insane, and see what pops out the other end of that. I want to see what happens if we really just go completely mad, like complete off the chain. I want to see what happens, like put some huge amounts of money into this. I mean, I did have ad revenues, not only like thinking of maybe if we put like $1,000 into the campaign, see how that works out, and then figure out something that we can target potentially. What we could even do is we can have a space around how we made the music for IFT5 and the editing process, and just have a space around that, you know? The radio space by radar for this, something like that. Yeah. So we have that event already. We can like kind of assume when the launch is going to start, and then we'll just have something set up in the future for that, and just completely move the shit out of it. So I think that would be perfect if we break that down. So we're going to boost it all across.
Yeah, I think that's great. Yeah, considering, that's going to be a major event, and it is coming right up. The song's done, believe it or not. I forgot to forward it to you, but it's 90% done. I'm just going to do the final mix, final master. But I'll send it over to you for your final, rundown of what you think on it. But yeah, I think that's a great approach. That would be perfect. What you mentioned earlier is, something related to ads, but ads aren't the focal point of what we're trying to sell here. You know what I mean? And if we do add a budget, this budget was $120 spent so far, so it's 1/10 of what you just mentioned. So, and I agree with the results we got here. We got 600,000 impressions with that tiny budget. I would anticipate millions of impressions, and with the optimization feature on, that even should be 5x of what that is. So yeah, I anticipate it performing as equal to my other ads that I run. What's interesting is you mentioned running an ad to the YouTube video that we upload, as well as running an ad to the video on your channel. Yeah, that's actually what I do now. Is like 90% of my ads, maybe only a few run to my Spotify, but the other 90% run to my YouTube channel. And those ones seem to perform really, really well. We talked about this in your other space a little bit. For whatever reason, users on X do not mind clicking over to YouTube. I don't know if it's just the familiarity of the platform, whether generally it's the biggest platform for video content, but it's surprising to see that it's not really a barrier. People don't find that to be an issue, clicking over to YouTube. The clicks on there are almost astronomical, and the impressions are north of 5, 6, 7 million impressions on some of those ad campaigns I'm running. And the budget is, like I said, it's not really crazy. $5 a day, $10 a day, and then increasing on the ones that are really efficient and decreasing on the ones that are underperforming. And that's the thing with ads on this platform is for my specific industry, indie musician, right? With no label behind me, no marketing team, no big, large anything happening behind my music, just one-man band pretty much in essence. Typically it would be an artist would get with a label, they'd get with a marketing firm, either in-house or outsource that to another company, and they would dump very, very large budgets into promotion. I'm sure you think of any of your favorite artists, on billboards or in commercials or on TV shows. This avenue is really something that almost anyone can hop into. And the barrier to entry to running ads as an independent artist or creative, or whether you're doing music, or maybe you're a writer, an illustrator, you're selling artwork, or running a small home business, yeah, X ads really is the place that you can excel that exponentially, just based off of a very small budget, right? Most people don't have $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a month to run ads like a major label or corporation would, but it's easier for someone to maybe set aside a couple $100 a month or every few months just for an ad campaign, and running that, $10 a day, $300 a month, something like that. So the potential's there, and that's really what I like about it, is the potential for almost anyone who has something, some type of product or creative event or show or anything like that, to really get it out there and get the awareness in front of people that really want to be interested
Absolutely, I agree. So yeah, I think that will be our thing. We will be running a two-part ad campaign. We're going to be running the first ad on how we're going to be running a massive campaign on how we created the music video and the music for IFT5. That will be the first thing, and then after that, we will run a campaign on how we ran that campaign, how it works, and how all of that broke down. So I think that's what we should be doing. Just kind of like chain it together and see what happens. I kind of feel like I have a really good feeling about this, that this will have just massive success. We'll come up with a compelling title, we'll A/B test everything, and then we'll examine how well ads can really perform. That is also a thing I have to ask, like, how exactly does X business work? This is another thing that we need to figure out, because I kind of feel like if we could potentially reach out to them somehow, we could even scale it up further, right? That would be amazing. And we could actually give a customer perspective on how everything here works on X and kind of like make a good case for it, because I really do want to see what happens when you put it through the rigorous test. And you know, I have a good standing towards X. You know, I don't want to cause the platform any harm, so they can be 100% certain that I will report in a manner that is entirely factual, not at all biased, because my bias is actually in their favor as opposed to against it, which is ironic. But yeah, I love the X platform.
Yeah, same.
Of course we're gonna do a good job. But I think this was an interesting experience. I mean, look at the amount of listeners that are in this space, almost 200. It's not so bad. We have actually there's 200 now. We usually have a better space to increase it. We in the ad set, so I'm pretty sure there's new listeners here. And as a matter of fact, I think I gained like probably 10 followers off of this. So yeah, it's all right. By the way, thank you for joining in. Thank you for coming. First time listeners. Does himself professionally. So, yeah.
You're back. You cut out a little bit.
Do I cut out? Oh, I see. Sorry, I had a little.
You're good. You're back.
Carry on.
All right. Well, he did just mention a few followers from that. That's another thing within the ads. We did actually get about 20 or 30 followers each from the ads running, which is interesting. They do tell you your cost per follower and all that. So it cost us about 35 cents per new follower. So that was like 20 or 30 people each that just came through from those ads, which is interesting because it's just an ad running on a space with very minimal content and creative in the ad itself. So it's not performing, that bad considering it's, just a space ad. But yeah, I've been in a few of these spaces before. Generally, the listeners are north of like 300-400. And I didn't even know that you could go all the way down to the bottom and actually see other listeners, which is anonymous listeners. Pretty neat. That's something that I've never looked on in the previous spaces to get an idea of how many that averages. But yeah, that's an interesting statistic for me to know here, that we've got about 30 other listeners through that. And probably some new ones, like you mentioned. So very interesting.
I think most of these are actually
forward to. Oh yeah, new. Okay, good. So I do think I'm pretty excited about what the results are going to be for the rocket launch and having that video for that and the song. That's multiple levels of creative happening for one specific piece of content, right? We've got the song being completely original. It's unreleased anywhere else. In fact, I'm not releasing it until that happens, and the video is going to come out first before I put it up on Spotify or anywhere else. So that's going to even give it a little bit more exclusivity from my end and the people listening to my music. On top of, you've already done a few of these cuts of previous launches, right? So that's going to just double down on that. And we're both going to be working on both avenues of it. You've helped me with the aspect of what the song should be. Like, you've given very, very great critique on the first two songs you sent through to give me an idea of like what the essence of the song should be like for it. The result's great. The final is pretty well accepted from the people I've showed it to, and that's going to be really, really good for the clip and how we cut that footage up. My question is, do we know how soon that launch is going to be? I believe it should be relatively soon, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like 1 month or less. We'll see. There's not not to be a true official release, you can look at the SpaceX website. So if something has come out, you will see it there first, and then it will be posted everywhere else. So yeah, the official SpaceX website, of course, you know what it is, SpaceX.com, just like go to it and just check out what the next launches are going to be, including, of course, IFT5. And then there should be a schedule for that, kind of an estimate for when it would go live, and yeah, then we can kind of like build around that. It's kind of difficult as well, because if you schedule a space or something for the launch, you have to like always schedule it a day in advance, because if you don't schedule it only a day in advance, things can happen, and even then the launch window may just close or shift. So it's really difficult to really target a proper day for the launch itself. You'd have to kind of like really know for certain that the launch is definitely going to happen on that day, and if it doesn't, of course, it's kind of annoying. But yeah, it should be interesting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So actually, we created. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think what we. Since obviously we'll need the footage of the launch to make the video and all that, what we can do is we can schedule a release date for the video, right? And so that could be very targeted, and then kind of base our time frames around that. What do you think about that?
Okay, this is the Pat Gibbons podcast. Chicago Republicans vote Trump or real Donald Trump. Let me see if I can get Pat to come into the room. Trying to get this guy to do a podcast. If he can't do it, he can't do it. I don't care. Okay, Pat says he needs time to recuperate and he can't come to the space, so I guess he's all just talk. Here we go. Have a great day, everybody.
funny AGI, like just making jokes on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would probably be as funny as most human beings. That's what I imagine.
Yeah, I'd say a Lily's system out there is not right.
I mean, it was for me more funny that she was fooling a lot of people for a longer time. It's not she, but yeah, it did feel like she also had humor. It was not the most complex or most fun humor. Like I'm really
Yeah, but I mean, I hear you all after hearing her, and I'm 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 having like a difficult time to understand if you're human or not.
oh my god. You see, that's the thing. You cannot know it anymore. And this is today. Like you mentioned, guys, in one year. My fucking goodness. Like many people wrote me.
These are my YouTube channel as well, so if you want to check it over there, it's the same name as here. It's Adrian Dittman. It's like at Adrian Dittman. It's basically the same screen name. You can go to my page, copy it there, or just like post it, and you'll get the tag. Go to the YouTube, you'll find it there. It's the channel has about 300 subscribers on it at the moment. So if you want to subscribe to that, see more stuff that's coming out. Hoping to create more video content, which will of course be released here on X first because this takes priority, but it will also be released on YouTube for like podcasts and such. Because I think eventually I will do more podcast related things, more extensions to the conversation. We may even have an interview with Alex Stein, who's master troll. That is the best way I can describe it. He's crazy. Yeah, so I probably see myself taking that and putting this on YouTube as well. So we'll see. We're going to see some of that stuff as well. But yeah, those are highlights that I make, various edits, and for that we've of course had music from a different person, a musician that I personally do not know though. But you can credit the video itself is Aaron Novell. So yeah, the next one, the next piece of music is actually that done by Solar Andy here. So yeah, he reached out to me because I was saying more musicians should put their music videos on X. And then I saw that conversation. I was like, okay, cool. Let's see what can you do. And then we just came up with what kind of music I would like to have. We kind of had a little bit of a back and forth, and that turned into a really really good song that I think sounds pretty epic. We've given it to like a little bit of test audience. They all said, "God damn, it sounds good." So yeah, that's happening.
Yeah, the songs you put me on for that, to get the starting of it, man, that was something else. I know I originally sent you an idea, and then when we sent those other two, I was like, whoa, okay. And I believe you mentioned a movie that I still need to watch that had some really, really good cinematic music into it. The soundtrack for it, believe it or not. I was impressed with that.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Very prophetic. It's actually a biblical reference in a sense when people would have to look that up what this means when the horns are sounding or the trumpets sound. Actually, it's a very deep biblical reference. And I thought that was really fucking cool as well to have that. That's what initially touched me about the movie, which is one that came out a while ago. I think it's called Hereditary. Yes, that was a movie. It's a horror movie actually, which is ironic. But it's a horror movie about what is essentially like a pagan god that's called Payment, and it's like infected a family, so to speak, and this whole thing is hereditary, so that's kind of what that movie is about. Very interesting, very, very good movie. It's a psychological thriller, that's the best way I can describe it. Completely is designed to make you feel absolute and utter dread. It's like a really, really good movie, I think. Personally, something that people with psychological problems should absolutely not watch. I'm personally crazy. I'm relatively, I take things so I just consume art like this because I see it as art, and it's kind of stupid, but it's interesting. But yeah, that movie's great. The soundtrack as well. The soundtrack, which is the summoning of this guy, is actually the soundtrack that they used for that, and I listened to it independently of the movie. And I was like, dude, this sounds massive. Like, the movie is crazy, and the thing is horrifying, but the music is just wow. I was like, wait a minute, this is actually interesting. So, yeah, the music is actually really good.
Yeah, I dived a little bit. I dived a little bit into the composer for that. He's done a few other ones like that. It's really good. And that's kind kind of what set me off to this song that I was working on. Once I heard like the horns and everything, I was like, oh, okay, we gotta have like a big symphonic type of like brass section going on in this, and that's why you hear the song during that first minute in, just the horns coming in. I use about I think 8 or 9 different horns to get that type of wideness happening and that stereo type of feel to it. Yeah, it came out really great, and that was a great idea. So I'm excited for how that's gonna look and feel for this launch, especially with the news that they're actually gonna try to catch the rocket. I mean, the timing that we can put for the song towards that, it's gonna be really good. And second-handedly, that's just going to work even better for when we're doing the ad. You know, that's going to be something else.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is going to be like an all event for all of us. So yeah, we're gonna actually have to go into a call to kind of hyper optimize the editing for this to see if we can really just put everything together. Because I kind of feel like you and I are on the same page for what we want to see out of these videos. Because I think that is the most important thing when it comes to editing. That's also why I've mainly edited everything solo, and I just relied on people for clips and such, right? So for the birthday video, for instance, I actually made an experiment. We wanted to see if the editing styles of other people could kind of merge with this, and that turned out not to be a successful thing at all. But what of course did turn out to be successful was clips from the the things that were difficult to find. That was really good. You know, we put this all together. We found like stuff from the early 2000s and shit about Elon for his birthday video, which is really difficult to acquire, especially in HD. So, you know, we all kind of collectively did something. Blythe and Wiggle, they both contributed heavily to the clips there. And then I just like did all the editing and did the music finding and all that. So yeah, I already kind of had something to do with the music, but it's just basically just to see, you know, would you click on this yourself? Would you want to watch this and listen to this yourself? And would other people do this as well, just to kind of like balance out in case of delusion and bias? So that's kind of where we're at.
Yeah, I believe that it's better just to do things individually, and that's even why I do what I do. So the 2 songs that are most recent on my account, my profile, I did all the footage for that, and believe it or not, I just downloaded CapCut, went and found stock footage that, you know, I felt fitted, just went with it for like 2 days. I can't believe you did that one in a day. It took me like 3 days to cut all the different individual pieces for the one I did. And then, you know, you watch it over in a few times, then you go back and you cut and edit a little bit more. But yeah, I think there's a lot of potential for if we hop in a call and just really laser target how we're going to lay this out for a visual to the sound of it. Should be really good. Another thing I want to mention is you said your YouTube account has like 300 followers or something like that, or subscribers. We should probably run the ads. We'll run it on your account as well for the video that you upload, and then you'll actually be able to track, you know, the analytics coming in from the ads, and that's something I love to do. Is, you know, I log into my YouTube and I'll see the watch time and everything go up, and you know, I go up about 100 or 200 subscribers a day just from running these ads. So it should be interesting to see how your account grows, being a smaller account on there, but you have a large following on here, and see that convert over onto your YouTube account.
Absolutely, yeah. Is anyone actively promote my YouTube channel on here? Because I kind of want to keep that separate. Not really just separate, but I'm an X exclusive creator in a sense, so I really heavily prioritize X, so I don't actually take, you know, the audience off from X and put it to YouTube. Actually, my goal would be a little bit different, but to say, you know, take an audience from YouTube and bring them here, or at least have an audience that is native to both those places, because I think if you try to merge the audience from X to YouTube, there's a bit of a misalignment, I guess, in a sense, because if you want truly the best thing that is for the platform, you actually don't want to take things off the platform. So that's a bit of a personal challenge. It's almost like self-sabotage if you think about it this way, but I like to keep that standard. So if there was like a possibility to grow the YouTube channel from the YouTube side over it, then you can have kind of a divide in terms of audiences, and so you have a more broader audience, and that makes it this is what I kind of want. I don't want to overload the existing audience that I have here with content. I don't want to, like, you know, spam you guys. So that's unfair. So there should be like a specialized audience for YouTube and, you know, the general audience, which is here on X. So that's kind of what I want to see mostly under that project and, you know, other projects going forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And you even mentioned previously in another space that it's actually like a negative impact to your account, and if you're posting things that take people off the platform, which should never be the goal. The goal should obviously to keep it all on the platform, everything in there. That's why I find it interesting that YouTube links do perform as well as they do. And I think I mentioned before, to combat that issue of that negative impact of sending people off the platform is generally I'll just post like a text-based post, right? You know, hey, putting a new song out, check below, and then follow that up with a reply to that post with a link to the YouTube. And 9 out of 10 times, the text version will, impressions will shoot up, and you'll see that YouTube link will just stay very, very low. So it makes sense. People want to stay on the platform; they don't want to hop off. But YouTube seems to get a little bit of love, not much, but it gets a little bit.
Absolutely, yeah, 100% true.
Yeah. So
I didn't know you were. I didn't know you were with the whole solar heavy thing. I've been getting the solar heavy ads for a while, and I dig the music, and I think it's cool you're involved there. I'm curious to hear from Solar Heavy. You've seen an increase in followers. What kind of other benefits have you found from advertising on X?
Oh yeah.
Well, let's see. He's talking to Elon Musk, so that's a pretty good benefit.
Increase, for instance, something that I didn't expect was my Apple Music listeners actually going up, right? So I can correlate the start of my ad campaigns back in around February, March to a continuous gradual up curve in my analytics to my Apple Music account. But that's interesting because I don't even promote my Apple Music link in any of my ads, right? 9% of them are going over to my YouTube channel. But it seems to correlate that people just naturally have this inquisitive nature to be like, oh, well, I see this ad, I see this is a musician, I see they make music. Maybe I don't have, a YouTube account, or maybe I don't listen to music on YouTube, but I have an Apple Music account, so I'll go hop on over there. So there's a second, third, and fourth level to the benefits that come from just running ads, regardless of where you're sending people to. For YouTube, it's been incredible. The last month alone, I've gotten about 300,000-400,000 views, specifically just from ads. And I think I showed Adrian in the last space, I showed where I'm going up about like 200-300 followers a day on X. Based off of that, there's a few techniques to doing that, like including your username in the actual ad content. It lets people click easier, where they can just hop on over to your profile and check you out and follow. But yeah, there's a multi-level approach. And I also mentioned previously in the other space, if you are partnered with YouTube, or you can be partnered with another platform that pays you, sending people there, will increase the revenue on that platform and create almost like a full circle effect, where the ad spend will be brought down from the revenue you make on certain platforms. So it's a wide, different, varying, increase across the platforms, and it's just interesting to see.
Oh, really? Eat, pray, love. Oh, thank you very much for fucking with me. You're a hater. Welcome to the club. It's a big club. You're gonna like it. It's good for you. Sending a fucking message to the FTC.
Initially, for the first few months, it was an investment.
Waste your fucking time,
I
lady.
started about 6-7 months ago, and I had
Fucking
no knowledge or training or any information on how to run ads. I literally just hopped right in and set a budget like $50 for the first ad, and it just ate that up immediately, right? with very minimal results. And that pain of losing that money that fast kind of motivated me to really hop in there, break down the analytics, what went wrong, what didn't I do, and what could I have done better. I watched a few videos on people running ads on other platforms, and came to a conclusion pretty early. This is not the same, right? So running ads on X is not the same as running ads on Instagram or Facebook. The average CPC over there might be $7-8 per 1,000 impressions, right? This is as an example. Over here on X, you can get the same result for fractions of that. 50 cents, $1 less, right? It depends on if you allow the algorithm to optimize your ad. So yeah, it's become self-sufficient at this point. Took months, but we've gotten there to that point. Mostly because the prerequisite of me being partnered on YouTube just took time to do. But yeah, once you're partnered on YouTube, you get revenue from that platform. And if you're running ads towards that platform, it starts to pay for itself. Same as Spotify, I get royalties from that through DistroKid. I'm independent, so I keep 100% of that. And and I could just drop it right back into ads. So yeah, it's self-sustaining at this point, but it did take time to get to that point.
Well, that's pretty sweet. So you did let the algo on X optimize the ads for you, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely. The first few I ran, I was, thinking, oh, I got this. I know exactly who to target. I'll just put the keyword music, keyword Spotify, keyword like that. I'll target other big music accounts. It was terrible. It did not work great at all. Sometimes it would keep the budget and I'd get maybe 2,000-3,000 impressions. When I let the algorithm, which is an option at the bottom of every ad you run, it's just, optimize algorithm option. It increases the target audience to 2-3 million to 80-90 million, right? It lets the algorithm reach out beyond your audience and put your music in front of people that you couldn't even imagine would be interested. And that can work in both ways, right? It can put your ad in front of things you might not expect it to be in front of, and it can put you in front of things that you would absolutely wish that you could figure out for it to do. So it's just very interesting to see the differentiation between running it with optimization off versus optimization on. And I highly recommend for dialing in your budget to begin with optimization on. Now you can later turn it off. I've never done that yet because it runs so well, but I've actually watched on a day-by-day basis the impressions go up, right? Like the curve upward in the graph, and the cost per day will go down. So it's almost like a win-win. The algorithm knows what's best. That's what it's based off of. It's based off of what people like, what people are interested in. The algorithm really does know what someone wants to see. And it will dive out beyond the limitations you set. Like I could put, for instance, new song, right? And it may target someone who types in the word new song, but it may even dive deep into someone who posted a paragraph or something longer, like a thread. And it'll just find that keyword like you couldn't believe and just naturally just slip your ad right in there. And it looks very natural and normal. It's another big part of how well the ads perform. You don't just want to be like, go now, listen now, right now, things like that. People don't want to be told what to do. It's more like they want to be asked what to do. So I generally make ads that'll say like, hey, got a minute, check out this new song. Or, hey, what do you think about this, right? And then in their minds they think, well, what do I think about this? What is that? That natural curiosity just gets people to want to click on the ad and say like, well, what do I think about this? Let me listen and find out for myself. Inviting them to let themselves approach the ad and click through instead of almost that classical call to action option. It's giving them a chance to decide, well, do I want to find out or do I not? I can skip on by or I can click to find out.
That's cool. That's really encouraging. I've done a little bit of advertising on X. I have the verified org that Adrian's a part of, the designer, creators. I had a question around, like what about just like posting some really short videos to X, like a minute long video that has
That's actually worked well. So for my last song, I cut the 4-minute long music visual down into about a minute, and then placed that as an ad and created that through the ad campaign option. It performs good, right? You'll have a good amount of retention time. It's enough for people to get an idea for the song. Usually I'll generally set that video right where the drop's happening. They can be interested, and then if they want, I'll include the YouTube link in the website and then the full ad. So they click through and it'll continue generally right where they left off. Some people believe in the idea of doing like a 10-15 second clip ad, right? For an artist or someone who's doing something in this industry, I would say give them more time, right? You need to give people a little bit more to really convince themselves, are they interested in this, do they like it, versus like if you were selling a product and you could just flash it up real quick, people could just know almost immediately if that's what they like or not. It's a little bit different when it comes to being a creative on here and running your ads. gotta get creative, and you also need to give people room and time to enjoy what it is. For for a musician, it's great because you just, like I said, clip out, minute, 60 seconds, 45 seconds of a music visual, or even hire someone to make a visual and include the song behind that. People like that, we're visual creatures, and they enjoy just being able to kind of see the music as it's going on and the storyline behind that. I make my own music videos, so I try to tell like a little mini story with the song itself. But yeah, that performs really well. I'd say about a minute clip tends to do way better than if I only did like a 15-second real tiny clip of like the drop or something like that. So yeah, big fond believer in video. Believe it or not, I'll follow up on that with video is the best performing ads that I've done. My number one performing ad that's hitting north of 30, 40 million impressions is a video clip that just loops with my song behind it. Performs way better than I would have ever expected. And my second ad up to that is one where I just ask the question. Simple question, do you like Spotify or Apple Music more? Question mark, that's what I made the ad, the actual question. And the replies are 400, 500, 600 people just, almost like it's like a tug of war between people who are Team Spotify, Team Apple Music.
Gotcha,
so if you can create like a conversation around the ad, within the ad, that also seems to be a big hit on the platform. So yeah, it's been like a game of find and seek what works good and what doesn't. The platform's totally different than Facebook or Instagram. Instagram being more visual for your ads. Facebook maybe being more, conventional, more back in the day with how ads used to be ran and all that, more typical of what people expect. But yeah, X seems to be the cutting front edge of how you can get a little creative with running ads. And that's generally why I use it the most.
So I was also thinking about why I saw your ad. So Solar Heavy makes music. Adrian does some of the editing for the videos, which I had no idea about that whatsoever. Some things I post on are about AI. I've also posted about Midjourney. So I've posted like AI art, stuff like that. I'm a super nerdy financial analyst, but I do have a bit of creative in me. In your ads, do you mainly try and target creatives?
Oh yeah, so it took me about 20 or 30 ads to really get down a good list of targeted accounts and all that. It's generally I'll target other.
What I mean by target creatives, I mean like people like myself who aren't really creators as creatives. I'm actually a creator as like a nerdy analyst, but I have this creative interest to my life and to my work, and I'm drawn to that.
Whatever, eat, pray, love. You're crazy for even chatting.
So I guess
go live your best life. Go away. The show's over. The movie's over.
And SpaceX, and even Tesla, right? So I mean, there may be more in the engineering world of creativity, more mechanical, more into astrology and all that. But they're going to be drawn towards creative stuff. Now, it probably does help that my artist name is Solar Heavy, so if I'm targeting things that are related to space, I mean, there's kind of like a brand connection there, right? That's kind of like bridging over into that world just a little bit. But yeah, absolutely. I even target car manufacturers, believe it or not, right? You're probably like, why would I be targeting Lamborghini, right? Bugatti?
I'm willing to bet that this kid works in the advertising industry and he's presenting himself as a novice. Not too many people talk about the automotive advertising industry.
And generally, they're streaming that music as well. So yeah, you can get pretty creative with who you're targeting, and yeah, even targeting like car manufacturers and colleges. I target every major college in the United States. I spent about 4 hours writing down the top colleges in all 50 plus states, right? And added that to a giant list of targeting. And the average reach was in the millions. So, I'll get comments once in a while from in Florida, right? And they'll be talking about, why am I, I'm hearing this song, and I just joined a new college in Florida, right? And it seemed, and then that triggered to be like, oh, okay, so that does actually work. You can have the most bizarre targeting approach and actually see that translate over into people that are interested in your ads and listening through. So yeah, creative in any way, shape, or form, you can reach out beyond what you would normally expect or think to be targeting. Most musicians would assume target other musicians. Maybe novelists, people who write books are writing a small short story or something like that, or a small book, would think to, oh, I should just target other people that write books. No, target other things that might be involved in that. People that are interested in stories, cinematographers, people that do all of that type of work. You're going to be able to bridge over easier if you broaden out to what you would normally think that you should target. Basically, my approach is try to do the opposite of what everyone else does, and that seems to typically put you in the right direction.
Yeah, I think it's cool if you're essentially running ads to X or on X, so run traffic to YouTube and grow in other ways. So I think that's super interesting.
Yeah, it's a different approach. Back when I first started doing it, I realized, okay, well, major labels, they've got access to almost an endless budget. They've got a whole team, an in-house team for every artist of theirs. They're going to get billboard ads, radio ads, everything like that. It's nearly impossible for someone just making music from their bedroom or from their house to get a hold of a radio station, get a hold of some, major company or major label exec and get your music out there like that, especially when they're going to want budgets of $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000. It's just almost unrealistic for the average person, and most 99% of artists, people making music, they're not signed. They're starting independent and hoping one day they get picked up by a PR or management or a label, right? So I just said, no, I'm just not even going to go for that. I'd rather just do it 100% individual, solo, unsigned, and use the same techniques and any option that I can probably, get my hands on to try to promote my music in a way that's different than what everyone else is doing. And to this day, I've mainly seen maybe 2 or 3 other artists that I know of that are actively promoting their music through ads, which is really, really strange to me because it's such an easier way to do it, and the budget is so low when you're starting out. You don't need a large budget to really start running ads. Like I said earlier in the conversation, you can run ads for $1 a day. You could run 5 songs, $1 each ad, optimize it, let the algorithm take it and run with it, and double down on the ones that do the best. You don't need a crazy budget to promote. Your results are going to vary, obviously. Your mileage may vary depending on what you're doing and how you do it. But that comes with anything. And if people are willing to take the time to learn how to make music or write books or do cinematography or video editing or thumbnails, like it's coming up here in a little bit, absolutely you should take the initiative to dive into ads a little bit and give that an option. Give it a try, see what happens. The worst that can happen is you spend a little bit of money, it doesn't work out, you get a few people who are interested, and you learn a little bit. The second option of that is that it works out fantastically and it ends up changing your life. And honestly, I can tell you now, it's increased my income 3x of what I used to get off of my music. I won't go into specific details, but you can imagine, just look up how much, 1 million or 2 million views on YouTube is worth, and I'm averaging about 300,000-400,000 a month now, whereas previously I get maybe 20 or 30,000 views a month, right? So the conversion's there, and if you have the mindset of problem solving and you're logical with it, you'll find a way that you can make this work for you, regardless of what avenue you're in, whether you're just someone at home running a small business, or you're creating music like I'm doing as an independent, or like I said, doing different types of artwork. Where there's a will, there's a way, and this platform is at the cutting edge. I do really believe that 5 years from now, it'll be no different than you look at your favorite influencer or favorite person on YouTube, right? 5-10 years ago, how they started, where the platform's gone, and now where they are at this very moment. X has the potential to break out a lot of creative people if they actually just pay attention for a minute and say, I can do this, I'm going to do it, I'm going to try to do it, we'll see what happens. Worst case scenario, it doesn't work. Best case scenario, it works, and everything's totally changed and just goes like an airplane from there. So yeah, I'm a fond believer in people on this platform being able to break out from the ocean of people that are also doing it with just a little bit of effort and trying things different. Don't do exactly what I did. Don't run things like I run it, but you can take the same principles, like I was mentioning about targeting car companies, targeting SpaceX, NASA. Just think of other second-hand related niches to yours, and then how you can kind of break into that, and guarantee you'll start seeing better results than if you just go with the basic things that everyone else is trying to do right now.
There's also something I think is really important because you have, say, orgs themselves taking a massive amount of ad spend available to them. This is also what I've been urging Bradford to do, is just to kind of run more ads on it. Say, for instance, there are YouTube videos that have been brought out by the members of the org, or just videos in general. I think running ads on them would actually be very good. So I think perhaps maybe, Bradford, if you'd be interested in that, do something similar to what Soy here has been suggesting, so we can actually put the ad credits to good use, because otherwise it'll just be going to waste. That's a shame. And, that is a lot of money, right? There's a lot of ad credits that I think we can use to kind of, grow members of the org.
Yeah, we don't get them every month, but we'll make sure we stay on top of that. We want to support X. We know a lot of advertisers have gone away. We're supporting them through verified works pretty massively. I think we have 30 Rebellionaire creators, of which Adrian is one of them. I'm one too. So basically it's $50 a month to add a creator. I'm not selling them. I'm not reselling them or anything. So that's $1,500 a month just on that alone. But then you have to put in $1,000 a month for the org. So $2,500 a month that I'm giving to X. But I think we should try it out and see what the algorithm does. So I'm willing to experiment. I've done some experiments with targeting in the past and in unconventional ways, and so I think we'll be giving it a shot.
Yeah. Some data that I can just give to you, just from the amount of impressions that I've reached, is 8 times more likely that the ad's going to be on iOS, right? So let's just to give you a round number, 8 million impressions, on an ad from iOS, only 800,000 on Android, only 108,000 that I'm looking at now on desktop, right? So there's a big differentiation, and obviously the dominant platform that the user is going to listen through. For instance, most people seem to be on iOS, right? And that's where you're going to get the majority of your ad spend being dumped into, just with letting the algorithm do what it does. Another thing I've noticed is age group, right? So for my biggest ad, which is north of about 20 or 30 million impressions right now that I've checked, that's between the age group of 20 and 29, right? And it's substantially less earlier than that, right? It's very, very low compared to like the 13 to 17 age group. It's also maybe 2%. Whereas that 20 to 29 range is upwards of like about 70 to 80% of the ad spend going to that age group. So just knowing just that little bit of data, iOS is the top performer in the United States. You're going to get the majority of ads are going to be watched by people the age group of 20 to 29. You will get some a little bit more, about 30% in the 29 to 34 age group. But just having that, being armed with that knowledge alone will help guide people just on a generic baseline of who is on the platform and what you should be targeting. X is a younger user base. It's true. It's just is what it is. It's rebranded itself. It used to be Twitter. Now it's X. Clearly, there's more features coming out. Soon they're going to be releasing the new financial feature where you can turn it into your own bank account. That's going to draw more people in, and as more people come in, that user base is going to go down in age group, and it seems to already be stable around the 20 to 29 age group, which is fantastic. And there's a lot of opportunity for a decade worth of promoting on here just from that information alone. Another thing I'll mention is a lot of people like to just target English-based speakers, right? I unchecked English, but that works for me in what I'm doing, right? It's music. It's a universal language, so it's something that anyone can listen in and enjoy. So I specifically don't just target United States and English. I will uncheck that, and now we're talking the reach is astronomically more than that, right? So yeah, just things to note is that if you change what you're going after, and you'll be surprised what the results are. One more little bit of information that I see through my ads is it's a male-dominated user base. I select male and female for my targeting, right? But it'll be 70% males listen through my ads versus maybe 30 or only 35% or a female user base. So yeah, just some information to add in on there when you're targeting.
Yeah, so I like the type of music you make. I use it when I'm deep diving at work or when I'm just in the zone. It helps me like get in the zone and get in to stay in the zone. And I think it's really smart that what you're doing. So like kind of referring people to a long video on YouTube that people are likely to leave on. They'll be like, this is chill. I'm digging this. I'm feeling it. Let's get some work done. At least that's for me.
Yeah, exactly. I've told that usually it's music for people. I hear that a lot of people a lot of music is instrumental, right? But a few have vocals. I really like to do a combination of that, right? Most artists stick with one genre. Dominate that one aspect. I prefer to consider myself a multi-genre artist, right? I'll make songs that have congas, tapirs, sitars, mostly Indian native sounds. I'll make songs that are just, drums, hip hop, songs that are cinematic. The one me and Adrian put together here for this next SpaceX launch is something that I've really not made in years, right? This song has no percussion in it, which was just a nice challenge in itself. Generally, I'm a percussion-based artist. Most of my songs are influenced by my hip hop background, where I love to just have really good drums, break beats, things like that, D&B. This song that we're doing now, it has no drums at all, zero percussion. It's all just strings, synth elements, and the brass section, coordination to it. So yeah, bridging out from that really kind of helped with my ads as well. Because you figure if I just did one specific genre of music, that's going to limit my target audience by a factor, a very large factor. The fact that I can target individual groups of people that would be interested in different types of songs, and I do that. I'll listen to the song and I'll imagine myself in the listener's shoes. Like, where would I be? What would I be doing? What type of person would like to hear this song, right? You should be doing that no matter what business you run. Like, who is your customer base? What are they? What's their daily average day look like? Where does your product fit in the best of that? Outside of just being music, I consider music a digital product, right? For me specifically, I look at it as digital real estate, right? For music, it stays up indefinitely as long as you're hosting it somewhere. I use a publishing company that allows independent artists to publish their music and keep 100% of their royalties. So every song I put out is no different than a piece of digital real estate that now will continuously, month over month, create me a small amount of revenue. Now some people look at that and it's like, art should just be about the art. And that's true, it is. That's the fundamental aspect of making art. Is art starts with just good art, which you enjoy doing it because you actually enjoy it. On top of that, there's people that create art because they want more people to enjoy it, want more people to hear it. And like you mentioned, it's something that they can enjoy in the background doing their own endeavors in life, whatever they're up to. I believe there's a saying that Da Vinci painted the Mona Lisa and it sat for 7 years in an attic before he finished it, and now it's the most, viewed piece of art in the world on a yearly basis. Michelangelo, one of the top sculptors in the history of mankind, was commissioned for his paintings, right? Millions of dollars in today's conversion rate. I did a post on that the other day. You can make art and it can have a financial benefit for it. It doesn't have to just be, the end game of everything. But for me specifically, I do consider art on a digital platform as digital real estate that can continue to come back, bring more people in, and bring more revenue. And I apply a small business aspect to my art in that general mindset. Yeah. So it's interesting, but it's fun to be able to do this and to kind of get a breakdown on my mindset behind running ads. One more nice little bit of information I can give with running ads is it is true that there are time frames when ads perform better, right? So, I can see almost a wave dip. So every hour, it'll post a bar in your daily ad analytics, right? You can refresh the page and it'll update the impressions immediately. It's very, very accurate, and it posts it almost to the second. But if you let time go by for a day of your ads running, and you just look over the day, you'll see a kind of S curve to your impressions, right? And you'll notice there are times when you can optimize your ads to run, or you can just let them self-optimize and run throughout the day indefinitely. I noticed 3 a.m., terrible time. 4 a.m., 5 a.m., not so great for running ads, right? Most people are not going to be awake, especially if you're targeting certain content. When 7, 8, 9 a.m. comes around, it's starting to curve up. 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. has been the peak for months now for my ads. That 10 a.m. to, let's call it 10 a.m. to about 1 p.m., right? People may be just getting in work, they're going to check their phone real quick, they're going to check a few posts, go right back to work. Lunchtime, 12 to 1, they're going to check on the phone. That window seems to be the most highly active user base window for ads. And I correlate that to my watch time and my live view count on YouTube. It's another thing I like running my ads for is I can use that to get user activity time interval data just from my YouTube alone and correlate it with my ads to really get an idea of when my specific user base is live and when the best post time is for me. Now, X did just recently implement something within the last week, I believe, where you can actually go into your X analytics and see when the best times to post are, to see when your actual user base is active. Adrian, have you checked into that yet? You have a bigger account, so that was something interesting for you, where you can actually see in your analytics the activity base, the time when people are most active.
Wait, I'm sorry, say again.
Have you noticed the new feature that they just put out in X Analytics, where you can see the time people are
I think it's still technically broken. I can't actually look at it at the moment. I'm also out of the car, so it's not going to happen. Well, the last I checked yesterday, it was actually broken. So, yeah, that's not going to work out. And my connection may actually drop in between, so if there's like a random disconnect, that is the result of badly optimized internet. So I'm like actually off Starlink, and that's an issue.
Oh, yes, I'm trying to get on Starlink. That's the next one for me is upgrading to Starlink. That's funny, yeah. It sounds
You're using like, I think, you're using like SAT, aren't you? Right, aren't you using like a different type of satellite internet?
Yeah.
You have like basically the slowest internet in the call.
Yeah.
That's why you like hear random steamrolling happening, because you actually, your connection, the signal of what we say comes in later. So it's difficult to have a back and forth because it's like 10 seconds delayed.
Dude, exactly. I'm using, I won't shout them out because it's terrible. Yes, I'm on a low budget set compared to Starlink. Starlink is absolutely what I'm trying to get on. So yeah, the back and forth latency, terrible. Imagine, dude, when I'm playing Diablo, you can imagine how terrible that is, right? That ping latency is ridiculous, so I won't even go there. Yeah, no playing hardcore mode for me on Diablo. Honestly, it's a whole nother topic. things outside of that, and also before they, when you should, your ads should run. This little trick that I use.
You could like sell a course on this. This is really good information. Great. And you're like you're probably maybe one of the most financially astute music artists besides maybe like Gene Simmons of Kiss or whatever.
Yeah, don't worry. I get asked what's my ad at least 300 times a day. I like to just say a good night out of the cheesecake. In fact, that's what the Guardian wrote. I beamed it pretty much like Elon did with a journalist writing in for an interview. He just gave him that emoji response, right? So I pretty much just answer people with, my ad budget is on a day-to-day basis. It's a good night out of the Cheesecake Factory. Lo and behold, the Guardian a few days ago did like pretty much a hit piece on me running ads and actually included that quote in there. I was just like, man, it just made me so funny on a day old.
What do you mean they did a hit piece on you running ads?
Yeah, so believe it or not, they went all out on me under the Guardian, under culture and music. They compared music to Taylor Swift. A little off topic right now, but yeah, I couldn't believe it. I posted it on my page. If you scroll down a little bit on my X account, you'll see where I broke down where they were completely inaccurate. They were saying that I pretty much make AI music. Right, stuff like that. So I just literally included under my media tab. I have tons and tons of videos where I'm actually producing my songs, including the last two I just put out, in my little home studio, right? Working on it, like piece by piece. It's generally something I like to do. Is I'll work on an idea, I'll record a little clip of it, share it on my profile, and then people get feedback for it. And the next day I'll work on it more, share another updated clip, right? I kind of like to keep people engaged in the process of me making the song. It's also how me and Adrian did the song for the SpaceX launch. I worked on it a little bit, sent it over to him, he gave me some feedback on it, some songs that were similar to what he was looking for the video cut, and then I'll follow up on that with another update and boom, the song's done. But yeah, I just broke down like 8 or 9 different ways they were just completely inaccurate. The Guardian who wrote up this pretty much hit piece on me. Just discrediting what I was doing, but they could have just DM'd me, and I would have really been open. I'm an open book with it, so they missed out on that opportunity and just went all out on their own way. But yeah, it was funny seeing that, but to see them include my troll reply of like my ad spend is night out at the Cheesecake Factory. That was just like a chef's kiss moment for me, so I didn't mind it too much.
Hey, Adrian, I don't know how you co-produce with Solar, but I think it'd be really cool, even if you don't like show your face on the video, I think it'd be cool maybe to show that creative process, maybe with an audio space or some kind of audio recording plus some kind of screen share. I think people would find it really fascinating to listen to you during the creative process.
It's actually a really good idea. It's just that I'd like to keep the thing more of a surprise up until it comes out, so you kind of have an idea what's coming, but not the full picture. Because you actually have to listen to the thing multiple times over and over, and so then you actually view it, you see everything, and so if I were to do this a bunch of times, I actually feel boring for the person to see it. I think we could potentially kind of make a bit of a breakdown on that, but we'd have to record it and do a replay, actually.
Yeah.
I think we can also. It's a. Actually, go ahead.
Or you could try it and see if it fails. Just.
Yeah, but still, I'd like to keep things kind of exclusive, and then when it's out, then kind of explain what we went through, or kind of record it as we're doing it, I think, and then release it later, just behind the scenes. I guess we could do that, but we'll see.
Yeah, I this could be something that could be quick edited. There's potential for something there. In fact, that kind of ties into the beginning of the space. We were mentioning doing like a really all-out run of the second ad attempt, right? So this was our first ad attempt, just seeing like what were the results of the baseline, running ads on the space. We got like 38 non-solicited listeners, by the way, Adrian. So that number does keep ticking up. And some new ones. And you mentioned this is not promoted anywhere else except for specifically just the ads just being live tuning in. But yeah, that could be an aspect of the creative that we include is a breakdown of like the different sections of the track. What could be neat is if I actually soloed different sections of the song and then turn them on one by one individually so you hear the entire piece created and cut into the conversation of where me and Adrian go over which section of the song we worked on, how we thought about this part, the different tracks he sent me to influence that.
So my idea was slightly different. I think it would be, and maybe this part's repetitive too, but to hear Adrian riffing on the visuals. Adrian, do you deal with making the visuals, or is it just solar heavy? You doing that?
So for the edits that I do, I just kind of like look into the clips, and the process is just it's kind of interesting because if you were to look at how the before and after is, the production works out on that. It's just you have a shit ton of stuff, and then you have the end result, which is less of that stuff, and it's all optimized. Like for example, when you do something for the first time, it's a prototype, and then you have to like streamline it again. So you know what you're doing, know what you're getting into, and then you just kind of like streamline it to something else. But it looks like a huge fucking mess, and then you just kind of optimize it in. Like say for instance, when we did when I did the I-55, I-54, it was one of the first times I actually did an edit like this, that large, and I had to cut in places, I had to like figure out how the program actually did it itself, because it does scene identification, so you can actually cut it at those scenes, and I had to like micro cut a few like seconds, and so there's like places where I had to literally cut a quarter of a second, just so that the cut was actually perfect, because it would sometimes leave a frame in, and it's kind of had to actually put that down. And I had to basically shave seconds and quarters of seconds, bits of seconds of stuff, so it actually perfectly fits together into the whole length of music. And you can still have to like include a little bit of extra beyond the music, which was then when it finally landed. Like when the rocket was actually landing on the ocean from the light skate's perspective, that's what it was then. Yeah. But
that's no different. That's no different than what I had to do for. So I mentioned earlier, the two music videos that I put out on my page, I made them from scratch using CapCut, stock footage that I found on a few websites. But I mean, it gets pretty tedious cutting. It must have been at least 150 or 200 cuts that I had to do, and you start with like maybe 400 different videos and whittle it down to just maybe like 80, and then from there you're playing it over a bunch of times trying to figure out is this the right clip for this moment. And so it's a lot of back and forth and stuff like that. We haven't, he's definitely done all those videos so far. Like the last launch that I watched, which he first sent was really, really great. And so I've done my own separate music videos as well from scratch. So we both have done our own separate videos from scratch. But this one we're going to team up on and just see, like how that combines and just comes out to something really, really interesting. Combined with the song being completely original as well. So yeah, there's potential. Really, really good, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. The two separate creatives working on videos separately and then coming together on this project will be neat.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, look, the additional thing is also, what the fuck? Hold on. Sorry.
Sounds like you're flying a spaceship over there.
I know the insinuation is funny. Yeah, no. I'm actually in a parking lot right now at the gas station because I actually got forced to drive an ice car for this particular task that I do. And holy fuck, people drive like idiots on the road. I had to like yell at somebody to hit their fucking brakes or about to crash into me because they're just driving on this fucking road and they're like veering off into the path. And I'm like, I'm already on the edge. If I go any further, I'm in the drain. else is gonna goddamn. That was a little near experience. Yeah, so that's it, to kind of get back to yeah. So what I do usually is kind of optimize the process. I imagine the visual of what I want inside of my head, and I have to be very stubborn about that. And then that's the thing that makes it into the final video. So I kind of like accrue footage over like 2 days, and I imagine how it's going to be in my head, and then I just sit down one day, just fucking flow state it, finish it off, and that's it, right? Set it up the next day, do the thing. That's how I always do it, right? So it's like I would be actually working through the night, and then publish it at like fucking 6 a.m. most of the time. And so it's like, there you go. There's your product. So I just take the whole night through because there's nothing that happens during the night, right? There's nobody there. There's nobody to like ask anything of you. You should be asleep. Everybody else is asleep, but you're awake here. So you're kind of tapping into the consciousness of yourself. So it's kind of cool to just sit there. And sometimes you do it with some people, sometimes you don't. Other people have to go to bed. I understand like the work and all. But yeah, I usually stay up all night to finish one of those, take an hour nap, continue with the rest of the day. So that's kind of like what's behind my edits. And I've done all the edits in a similar fashion. Actually, the last edit was the one that was very difficult to do. That was the one I did for Elon's birthday, because I had to find a lot of clips myself, which were very difficult to kind of collate, because you had to kind of restructure from memory what the most the timeline work, because every influencer in the Tesla community hypes everything up with the same amount of gravity whenever some new thing comes out. But not all things are equally important, right? So you have to kind of take these very momentous occasions, relate them in your head, and then just kind of like search for those things. Like for instance, we have the XAI, we've got the Neuralink thing. Nobody speaks about the Neuralink. Is the Neuralink? It doesn't have to do anything. I still care. It's starting to see results because you have an actual guy using it and a philosophical solution for yesterday. But the other stuff like Starlink and all, you just have to merge this together. So it's a very challenging video because you both sides, all those sides, and you're like, you're fucking the best moments, not just the founding, but the actual happening. So let me find the video itself, which was where is it? There we go. This video right here. Yeah. That's the second time I've made an edit that was similar to the IFT4 edit. So you can see there. And that will perform massively, as you can see. So, yeah, awesome stuff.
Oh, well, yeah, I haven't seen this yet. This is great.
Yeah, that one's good. I highly recommend that. You watch that, look at it, see it. That's the kind of feel that I want to go with everything, is that everything is rhythmic. And I actually don't like music with beats in it, because I think it's just a distraction. So when you do things like this, it's supposed to be more about the feel of it. And the feel is as much auditorial as it is also visual. And so you want to merge the best of both worlds there. And by far, the best way to do that is to go with music that is that flows like water, right? So you have to think of it like Bruce Lee. You have to find the Bruce Lee concept of music, where it's like, flow like water. Must be water, my friend. And he kind of shapes it out because that's exactly. So I think that's cool, because if you look at it that way, you say you water, my friend, then the visuals become the landscape. So you're designing music to be water in a landscape of visual. And that's the kind of feel now. Yeah. By and large, if you took any visual of any movie without sound in it, it feels like a valley. It feels like the Grand Canyon. It's cool looking, but what if there was water? Like what if it was an oasis? It would look so much nicer. It would look so much more impressive. And that's what you see here with music. It has to be water, and more than that. It should be like an iceberg in there sometimes. Otherwise, it's like a huge flood. You don't want that. You want it to be graceful and beautiful.
Yeah, that's exactly, that's right up the alley of doing cue work, cinematic work, and composition for TV shows and movies. And I've done that a little bit. I've done that for about 3 or 4 shows, Restaurant Revolution, a few other ones. But yeah, it's so important to correlate the audio to the visual, not the visual to the audio. It's completely secondhand to what the or drums. Those would be great for emotional attack. Yes, but yeah, exactly. When you put
This is like slow
behind
flowing, right?
the
This is
visual aspect. Yes.
yeah. So it's different types of speed. If you're doing something that has rapid impact, that is like really it's a very rugged valley, then you're gonna have waterfalls. Let's call the drums a waterfall, right? You're gonna have rugged valleys. This is more like a longish valley that you're kind of viewing from the distance, but also kind of close. That's kind of how I think about it. As I'm very how to explain this? There's a condition of that. It's called synesthesia. Very synesthetic about this thing. I like to think of it. Yeah, I like to think in terms of landscapes and shapes and things like that. So it worked out very well. I have zero understanding of how music functions. I just kind of imagine all the shapes and fit things together, and then it seems to work. So that's kind of how I see that. So if you so with the music like that, there's two examples where percussion and self-conducted work, and just like what you mentioned with the board drums. There's the one of these examples is the Hans Zimmer soundtrack for the first DC Superman movie, which was absolutely amazing. Where it's like it has the beat of the drums and it also has the impact, right? It has this beautiful theme to it, which I felt was like, damn, dude, that's so epic. It's like better than the movie itself. I was listening to the soundtrack, I was like, shit, that is good. That is so good. That actually made the movie feel better because of the soundtrack alone. Like this beautiful hopefulness of everything, and you have this like choir getting into it, so just massive power. That's what the music kind of felt like, which is absolutely beautiful. So there's another example of this, which is kind of smoother in a sense, but also kind of goes back to what you were saying of tailoring the music to fit the video. And that is what a creator known as Max Cooper does. I'm not sure if you know Max Cooper, but he's like one of my absolute favorites when it comes to sound designing, because he takes these artists that make visuals and then he makes music for those visuals. And that is just amazing. Like, it's so beautiful. Like, if you've ever seen, if you guys don't know, just like have a look at Max Cooper on YouTube, listen to some of his music, and it's really weird. Like, you just go to the stuff that's viewed the most. It's kind of an acquired taste in a sense because the music is kind of odd, but it's just the right amount of odd that I personally love. And it fits perfectly with the visuals of everything that he produces, and all the music is kind of similar. There's a consistent style, which is what makes me love it even more, because normally what happens with music is you try to come up with something that's a little bit different every single time, and sometimes it's so different that you don't really feel there's consistency with the artist itself. But with something like what this guy's doing, that's the thing where it's like you can recognize his style in everything that he does, because he's a very particular sense of that style. It's the same thing also with Hans Zimmer's music. Like, for instance, you can sometimes hear certain things that are consistent, not on all songs, but there are other things that are consistent with those other songs. Like, for instance, when he's using the electric guitar, he hits a very particular key. I can always recognize it. The same that you also hear in the you hear it in the Superman soundtrack. You hear it in the what is this? The soundtrack for Inception.
The movie goes in the mind, Inception.
Yes, exactly. You hear it in Inception. You hear it in you hear it even in the Spider-Man theme song for Electra. So these three right there. It's a consistent style. That's another thing that I think is really important for people to kind of look at when it comes to style consistency, as well as dealing with just the type of music that you have, right? You look at, say, for instance, the Superman theme song, and you look at the Electro theme song. They're like totally different universes, but both of which feel fucking incredible. Like, they're so beautiful, they're so massive, they're so specific, tailor cut for the characters. You have the Superman theme song that basically is just, it feels like what the character does. It feels massive, it feels powerful, it feels almost prophetic in a sense, while trying not to be prophetic, which is the essence of what that character is. And then when you look at the Electro theme song, it is the essence of that character as well. And it's a person that's like schizophrenia almost, and you hear the voices, you hear all this. It's so good, it's so well done. You hear the crackling of the electricity almost, because that's literally what you hear in that song. And that is like consistent with the style and the thematics of it. So if you look at something that's visual, or you look at something that has a theme to it, you have to kind of tailor the sound to match that theme, and then it becomes impactful. And the sound itself, if it's really, really good, can be a standalone thing in and of itself. I've listened to the unoptimized version of Solar Song here many, many times, because it just sounds fucking good. And that right there is the reason why I mostly see it, because if you wanted to listen to this thing on repeat, even on its 30 points, not even optimized, which is impressive enough as it is, then that is really a success story because the theme for that is perfect. It's a theme of hope. It's a theme of perseverance. And it just absolutely feels like you're reaching the stars or you're cutting through this almost impossible veil, which is like the clouds and the atmosphere itself, gravity, everything that holds back. And even secures you in a sense, because it is, we're trying to defeat the thing that secures us. So, yeah, so music, that's why I'm so passionate about music, why I love people who make it.
Yeah. Yeah, kind of into there is a signature sound, right? So Hans Zimmer has a signature sound in here across all his different compositions that he's worked on. Even for instance, like when I was a kid, I was listening to the soundtrack to the movie Gladiator, right, with Russell Crowe. That soundtrack, like almost set me on a whole entire world of things with music. The way that he used certain voices and ethereal different movements within it. I mean, he has a very, very, very signature sound to him, but the range is incredible. He can work on Gladiator to Inception, that other movie you mentioned. The way he's able to do that is because he has such a signature sound with what he uses that he probably just naturally uses. He doesn't really, it's an afterthought, right? He doesn't even really think that it's just he subconsciously just chooses these certain sounds that work well with it. And yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to do for the song you just mentioned that we're working on. Is I wanted it to feel like you're cutting through the sky, going up to something, and it's like that feeling of hope. And that's why we have transforming section.
Speak hope here by Alistair Crowley. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is.
So yeah, keeping that visual mindset, which is just what you said, Max Cooper, I believe. He does that with visual artists.
Yeah, Max Cooper, yeah. I'll send you some of the stuff that I think is very nice and stuff you get into. By the way, I kind of want to shut the space down and begin with the next. It happened in about 9 minutes. Which is the one with the thumbnail stuff. So if you want to join into that, that'd be okay. But yeah, this is really nice. Before we went in, I wanted to say something about the music. I think yes. For the catch itself, I kind of wanted to feel like as if it was this momentous, epic thing that is like separate from everything around it, but also feels like a hug. You know what I mean? How does a hug feel like? Like, what is that? It's like this amazing, warm feeling to it, right? It's like it's soft, but it's cool. When you look at it in the context of something like what Beckzilla would be, I think it needs to feel biblical. That's why I chose the compass. I was like, it has to happen. It has to feel biblical. It has to keep the biblical theme consistent, because just think about it in a structural sense. These all for the IP5, what we're going to do is a biblical metaphor. Because why is it not a biblical metaphor? It's literally the fucking arm. You didn't think about it. It's like for Plan B, even though Plan B should never happen, but it's spread consciousness, and that's what it's for. And in and of itself, it is almost like an arm. So there's this biblical reference that I think will be a consistent theme. It's a human moment, which is also biblical because we're made in the image of whatever God is. So why not? Okay, I'm gonna have to end this. Bradford, you want to 30 seconds, and then I'll wrap this, and I'll be back in like a couple minutes, because after you guys set some stuff up, get the space done, head to the toilet.
Adrian, those two brands that you just did, like, that's what I want you to capture on tape. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you in an editor, doing 200 edits exactly the same way. I'm talking about, like, conversations, talking about, how this lines up for you, and, like, more like the creative, artistic side of it.
That's true. I could potentially do a subscribers only thing, I think, perhaps. We could kind of consider that, like be a subscribers only thing I could do. That's actually a really good idea, because there are subscribers of legitimate impact, because it's like $1 a month that has zero impact. I don't know what you get tax, which is you get like a fraction of what that is. It's very small. Yeah, I actually should have put it a little bit higher. Think about it, but so the more people subscribe, the better. And I guess it's the cost of that should be kept low in that sense. So that was the initial reasoning. There's always a little bit of greed that itches in the back of your mind, and that greed is sometimes good, but also sometimes I think gets in the way from actually selling a product or providing something of value. That's intent to provide value, right? So, yeah, if you subscribe to me, thank you. I hope I'm able to provide as much value as I possibly can. It looks so much nicer, it looks so much more impressive, and
It's the bee collects nectar. The disciple will who shall overcome this earth?
our cities and
being looking, you know what I'm saying? I was like, God damn, these niggas really got that nigga meant that shit, man. You see that to the mind.
you are always
Fixated on a particular story of how they came to be and who they are and its results and a lot of the science sometimes it
Google Pixel 9 Pro Fold with dual screen preview lets them see the pic as you take it.
cause disruption. We need only one thing. Invasion. I must accelerate our plans. Begin landing our troops. I have the Senate brought down the procedures. They will have no choice but to accept your control of the system. A tragedy has occurred. It started right here with the taxation of trade routes. It has now engulfed our planets in the oppression of the Trade Federation.
We must do something quickly.
Could call for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor.
This body is not capable of action. I move for a vote of no confidence in Chancellor Law.
They will elect a new Chancellor. A strong Chancellor. Over against the Jedi. You were brought into being trained. You must see every living thing as nothing more than a tool to elevate you. Our situation will create a strong sympathy vote. I will be Chancellor. You lost an apprentice. Consider divine. All in service of our greater goals. Cypher Diaz. Camino.
Location deleted.
The clones.
Magnificent, aren't they? This army is for the Republic.
I have betrayed everyone and everything I know.